All right, let's hit it. Thought I was going to be on time, but running a little behind. I was trying to throw some food down my neck. Uh, got hungry. Let me turn something. Yeah, got hungry. Had to throw some food down my neck real fast. But anyway, we're here. Ha ha. Yeah, how's it going? You guys ready for some insanity tonight? You, my brother. Yeah, it has been a while, man. Shit's been a while since I've streamed anything. I've done in the last. I don't know. I can't remember the last stream I did. It was a week or so ago, something like that. Anyway, so what we're going to get into tonight, right now, and hell, they might still be going tonight. The House Appropriations Committee, which basically controls the purse strings for any government funding, any government program, anything like that. But they've been on a tear the last couple of days. Some good, some bad. Excuse me. Some of it is some of the Republicans on the committee are trying to stop. Damn, told you I just ate. Trying to stop a bunch of gun control. And the Democrats are coming full on out and telling you exactly what they want as far as gun control, which is registries, you name it. DJ, what's up, my brother? So that's part of what we're going to look at tonight. Matter of fact, I did get to kind of look at just a little bit of the appropriations hearing tonight, and they're still talking about it. Democrats are really, really hating the fact that Republicans are trying to stop the CDC from not just studying injuries from guns, deaths from guns, but going full on, basically like the Surgeon General a little while back, and just making big political statements about it and using that to push for more gun control. So that's a fight being had that was going on tonight. Now, first thing we're going to look at is yesterday, and I wanted to cover it yesterday, but I was just so tired I couldn't cover it yesterday. It just wasn't happening. Yeah, No, I don't support it. If it's giving the government more power, why in the hell would I support it? Hold on. Is my connection going to go stupid already? Looks like it. Really? This is how the internet's going to do me tonight. This is how we're running tonight, huh, internet? Matt, what's up, brother man? How are you tonight? So what I might do, I might shut my camera down, see whether that gives me a little bit. What did you just do, connection? I'm watching my connection on the stream, and it bounces from perfect to nothing in no time. It's like a freaking yo-yo right now. So, tell you what, I'm gonna go off camera, and so we can watch some of the stuff. Maybe that'll help my connection smooth out a little bit. Again, there's been so much going on with cable lines and stuff in this area for the last few months. It has been hard to get a decent connection. So let's see. Let me do this. That way no one can see me anyway. Let's do. Where's my tab? Where's my tab? I got a tab around here somewhere. Is it this one? This one. All right, give me a sec. Now I got to figure out which one it is. What can I say? You know it never goes as smooth. Yeah, this was a day ago, so this is it. So I'm gonna bounce through this, because there's other stuff that they talk about in here, a bunch of climate freaking we're all gonna die climate change stuff, which according to them we should have died like 5 years ago. But I want to get to the gun control stuff. And they Democrats absolutely admit who they are in a lot of these cases. So let's do some bouncing.
Bills, labor, health, and human services, and education, transportation, and housing, and urban development, and agricultural,
so that's my
rural
fault.
development, and food and drug administration. This is a large amount of material to get through in 2 days, but I'm confident we can do so with your cooperation.
Which works to protect the American people against terrorism, espionage, and other national
exploitation. It also provides increased funding for the drug enforcement.
Right for remarks on.
I want to look at some of the guys that are calling for some of the amendments.
first.
All
Clyde
this is
from
done while
Georgia.
enhancing government accountability.
2021 murder. These criminals and many others were brought to justice, making our communities safer, communities in my districts, in your districts, and across this country. Since the calendar turned July, thanks to public servants at the FBI, whose workforce will be reduced.
So they were talking about
under
some of the
this
stuff with the
bill.
FBI budget right there,
The
and
FBI is helping to
Republicans are wanting to
prosecute
kind of
each of these crimes
ramp it down a
and
little
take
bit.
criminals off the streets, as they do across
And
the
of course,
country
leftists want to
every
expand
single
it.
day without concern for politics.
You cutting ATF, which tasked with setting up our gang strike forces. With the rise
Here
of
we go.
cyber crimes and the attacks on hospitals and schools, we don't cut FBI agents. When crimes are becoming more and more sophisticated, we don't cut federal law enforcement. When it comes to NASA, the majority of this bill's efforts is placed solely on exploration when we need a wider engagement in space. China is our biggest competitor, and they are fully
Come on, let me get
funding
the.
their space effort.
Into the United States, and they refuse to engage in legitimate cooperation efforts with us.
And through the process, we were told that if we would remove any reference to LGBTQ plus and change the public-facing description, state.
Let me see. Like I said, I should have timestamped this, but I
It
didn't.
immediately became the most popular program in the history of the.
I do ask my colleagues to, by the FY 20.
From Kentucky is recognized.
Molinar. Mr. Molinar.
Narcotics efforts in Central America
Oh, sorry, guys, put you through this.
and prohibit them from taking harmful action.
Recorded vote has been.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
here's
sir.
one
I ask
plot.
unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as
Without
read.
objection.
Thank you, sir. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Cloud.
So this is one Clyde's talking about the registry that the ATF has right now. And he basically wants to scrap that registry, which we should. So you hear some arguments here where you hear a couple of Republicans who actually are for scrapping that. I think one or two Republicans get up and actually speak for it because they're turncoats. And then the Democrats give you the whole rundown that they do, in fact, want a registry of every gun owner, and all that. So, yeah, this one gets a little interesting.
Cloud and I visited the ATF Out of Business Records Processing Center in West Virginia, and I met some very dedicated and amazingly talented people at ATF. But I also saw what they have been directed to do, and so I'm introducing this amendment to bring the ATF into compliance with the law as it is written and passed by Congress in 1986, called the Firearms Owners Protection Act, which is now 18 U.S.C. 926 Alpha 3.
So Clyde was a guy, before he was in Congress, he had a gun store. He might still have it. The way they were doing their deposits, he tried to keep his deposits under 10,000 every time they did a deposit because he didn't want to have to report everything to the government because it's none of the government's business. So the government went in, froze all his accounts, and seized his bank accounts. And he had to fight for a long time to get his money back. They charged him with structuring and a bunch of other shit, and basically tried to break the man. So he's got no love for the ATF, and he shouldn't. The ATF's a bunch of losers.
The law required out-of-business federal firearms licensees to transfer to ATF all their records less than 20 years old. Hence, the out-of-business records division at ATF was established. Well, that same law that requires out-of-business FFLs to send those records to ATF also prohibits the government from recording those records The law, as now recorded in 18 U.S.C. 926 Alpha 3, says, no such rule or regulation prescribed after the date of the enactment of the Firearms Owners Protection Act may require that records required to be maintained under this chapter or any portion of the contents of such records be recorded at or transferred to a facility owned, managed, or controlled by the United States or any state or political subdivision. That's part one. Nor that any system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or firearm transactions be established. That's part two. And that's current law. This prohibition was supposed to prevent the recording of these records, in part or in whole, at any government facility, and to prevent the records from being recorded at a private facility and then being transferred to the government. The law covered all bases. In 2021, Rep. Cloud inquired in a letter to the ATF, and in their response dated February of 2022, they acknowledged that they have recorded in digital format almost 900 million records. And they are on their way to 1 billion firearm transaction records from out-of-business federal firearms licensees. So this law prohibits ATF from recording transactions or any part of them and from using those records to establish a registration database.
Yeah, it would absolutely be crazy for the government to follow their own freaking laws, but they ain't going to do that.
That is a two-part prohibition. Now, ATF claims that because their database is not a name searchable database, that they're not creating a registry. But I think that actually is irrelevant, as the first part prohibited the recording of paper transaction records, and they are now doing that with high-speed scanners. I cannot see how this is not a violation of the law. Why do they need scanners and scanner maintenance if they are not using them to record documents? The ATF is not above the law, and we must ensure that they are not operating outside the law. While out-of-business federal firearms licensees are required to turn in their records to ATF, the ATF is not permitted to record these records. Yet in 2022, the ATF spent almost $10.2 million to receive, digitize, and store out-of-business records. In 2023, the estimate was almost $10.3 million. The language of the law is very clear to me. The law allows them to keep the records and to organize the records and to inquire into the records, but it does not allow them to record the records or any part of the records in any way. By their own admission, ATF is recording these records in digital form. This digitizing, especially now with the advent of artificial intelligence, represents the foundation of a national gun database, which is, again, unlawful.
The dude sitting back here, isn't that Gonzalez from Texas, the one that Herrera tried to run against? I'm pretty sure that's who it is.
And incredibly dangerous. Country after country across the world has proven that gun registration eventually leads to gun confiscation. England, Australia, Germany, New Zealand, Canada, and the list goes on. I urge my colleagues on this committee to support this crucial amendment that preserves our Second Amendment liberties by ensuring that ATF follows the letter of the law. Thank you. And I yield.
All right, so that's him
Mr.
explaining.
Cartwright,
That's him explaining his amendment. Now, Democrats get to have their say-so on whether or not this amendment, or whether or not they agree with this amendment. And this is where they just take the whole fucking mask off and they just run with it.
recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. As a proud gun owner myself, I can say this is yet another Republican policy rider that has nothing to do with appropriations and has no place in this bill.
If it has to do with the funding that ATF is using, it does belong in appropriations. And for this douchebag to get up, now I'm a gun owner myself. Come on, man. Just stop the stupid shit. Just be honest.
And let me begin by saying the ATF is prohibited by law from maintaining a national gun registry, as Mr. Clyde, the proponent of this amendment, pointed out. Congress did that. Congress did that. Congress has also mandated that federal firearm licensees must give transaction records to ATF upon going out of business. When ATF receives out of business records, they are scanned into an image. This does not amount to the creation of a gun registry. They have to be manually searched.
I
This
don't care
amendment
how you
would
search.
prevent ATF from utilizing this system for future records. It would also require ATF to purge those existing records that are used in the important crime gun tracing work that is done today, which is critical to supporting state and local law enforcement crime investigations. Our local police rely on this work when crimes are committed. From 2000 to 2023, ATF indicates that crime gun trace requests have surged by 208%.
Notice they talk about, well, the crime gun trace requests have surged by blah, 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 blah. Notice they never get into how many violent crimes were solved by these searches. And it's not just crime guns, it's any gun that they run into, they'll run serial numbers on.
Jumping from roughly 200,000 in 2000 to over 645,000
Thanks, DJ.
last year. All this amendment would really do is undermine the ability of law enforcement to solve crimes. I support ATF and the critical role it plays in combating crime. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers is recognized to address the amendment.
Now, Mr. Rogers here, I believe, is supposed to be one of these good Republicans, and he's against this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition. I understand some members' concern with the possibility that ATF may be maintaining a gun registry or simply requiring too many records that would be collected from federal firearms licensees, rather than address the requirement that records be collected in the first place.
So where is your bill to stop the ATF from collecting any records?
This amendment would hamstring ATF.
Joe, what's up, my brother?
Carrying out activities that would
Mike
still
McClune,
be
the
required
goon,
by
what's
law
happening?
and could cost the agency more in the long run. I'm also concerned with the idea of potentially limiting or harming law enforcement's ability to conduct valid traces on firearms that may have been used in the commission of a crime.
It sure enough doesn't surprise me, Mike, that they'd vote against it.
Finally, in recognition of the belief that ATF could develop a gun registry, the bill already includes language clearly prohibiting the agency from doing so. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the
If they
same.
have 1 billion
yield back.
records, do you not think?
Do any other members seek to speak to the amendment?
Chessboard, brother, what's up?
Mr.
Yes,
Cloud's
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, thank you for working with us. I had a similar amendment, and for the sake of time, we have joined our efforts into this one. As has been mentioned, Title 18, Section 926 of the U.S. Code prohibits the federal government from maintaining such a federal gun registry. And our research has led us to find that virtually a billion gun records are now being stored in a digital database at the ATF. What has been especially concerning has been the ATF's recent efforts to enlarge this database. What's supposed to happen is when an FFL goes out of business, the records get stored there. They're stored for 20 years, and then they were supposed to be disposed of. Well, the Biden administration says now we're going to keep those indefinitely, and then has also instituted a zero tolerance policy against FFLs to essentially push them out of business in an effort to grow the database. This is very troubling and something that people who are very concerned about their Second Amendment rights are very concerned about, and we should support this amendment to make sure that this practice has not. I will say also, in my efforts to communicate with ATF on this issue, we have asked for information on traces that lead to prosecutions. They are not able to provide that sort of information.
I am still trying to drill down on this. I have a couple more amendments coming up that'll introduce some report language to help us get more information on this. But in the meantime, I do support this amendment. Thank you.
And I said earlier, if these traces were leading to solving so many crimes and catching so many violent criminals, if that was the case, ATF would be out there ringing the bell on this constantly. Democrats would be ringing the bell. Instead, they talk about the number of traces, but they never talk about any crimes being solved by those traces, and apparently won't report on it.
Do any other members wish to address the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Georgia and the gentleman from Texas have it exactly right. What this amendment does is this stops the federal government from making a registry of firearms. And it's a technology registry. Because to say that, well, you know, we can't do traces if we don't have this is ridiculous, because we've done traces for decades. The records go to ATF. And when a law enforcement agency calls in, they go to that file and they manually look through it to see where that firearm was transferred, to whom it was transferred. But in an attempt to create a registry, the ATF uses technology now. It scans the records. And you all know that once it scans the records, your name is in a digital database somewhere. Now, they can say, well, this just speeds up the process. This just allows us to go into this digital database, and it makes it a little faster. But what it also does, it creates a computer somewhere with every firearm transfer in the nation where that record has been sent to the ATF. And if anybody here doesn't believe that in 1 hour, a relatively low-level computer person could design a program that puts John Doe with a certain birthday in, and it spits out all the firearms that John Doe with that birthday has. That's a registry. Many of you know my parents came from countries that were communist. That's the way the communists did it. They created registries of everything you had. And then when they wanted to go after you, they knew whether you had a firearm. They knew whether you had a rifle because you were a hazard to the state. And they confiscated it, or worse. Look, that Second Amendment is pesky to some people. We could eliminate all firearm crimes if we just eliminated every single firearm in the country, but we have that pesky Second Amendment. And that Second Amendment is here to protect your rights as a citizen, your right to keep and bear arms. The federal government has no business creating a registry in any form of the firearms you possess, because that right wasn't given to you by the federal government. That right was God-given. That's the way our government is based. Our rights are not given to us by the federal government, but this federal government is attempting to take away our rights. The gentleman's amendment is right on target. Pardon the expression. We cannot allow a registry to be created in the United States. The ATF is doing it, and this is an appropriate place to put a stop to it. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, where? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
The lady is recognized.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I think it was a wonderful idea that we have a registry of every gun that is owned by a civilian in the United States of America, because then we could have perhaps less killings in our neighborhoods, less killings at our supermarkets, less killings at our concerts, less killings, period, in the United States of America. And when we talk about what the government has no right to tell us whether or not we can have guns, but the government has a right to tell us whether or not we can have a baby. This is absurd, and it is hypocritical, and it is counterproductive. And I think if we had less guns in the hands of people in this country, we'd have a safer community, from the most densely populated poor community to the most affluent. I yield back.
You know, every time a country actually does registries, and of course, then they go ahead and they do confiscations, crime rises, you hag.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Now, listen to him close.
Thank
I'm
you,
going to do a
Mr.
little
Chairman.
bouncing around
You
again.
know, my amendment is simply the defunding of what I see as a violation of the law. It simply restates the existing law, and the law is very clear. How can we say that it's okay to record when the law specifically says no such rule or regulation prescribed after the date of the Firearms Owners Protection Act may require that records be recorded at or transferred to a United States facility? I mean, this is really clear. And it's very clear that when you photocopy something or that when you digitize something, you are recording it. And when you record it, you're violating 18 USC 926. So with that, I ask all members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I can't remember if this passed.
Questions now on the
I might have
amendment
skipped
offered by
past
the
that.
gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. Or a recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor, please raise their hand.
So there are a lot of Republicans who voted against that too. So they're completely cool. Just, screw your rights.
Sufficient number.
Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards.
They go through the recorded
Dr.
vote.
Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Oh, Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullough. And aye, Mr. Siscomani.
If I can catch it, let's give the official count. And then we'll bounce on to the next part of the little gun control fantasies in this hearing. But I really should have time stamped all this stuff so I could roll back through it. But hey, what can I say?
This vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 25. The amendment is adopted.
So it did get
Any
adopted.
further discussion or amendment?
Okay, well, that's cool.
The accuracy and representativeness of our nation's census, a tool of our democracy.
Yeah, now,
Non-citizens.
this is about an amendment to not count illegals or non-citizens in the census, because, of course, that's how you apportion representatives and all that. And, of course, the Democrats completely want illegals counted because there's, I don't know, probably 30 million at this point illegals out there in the United States. And, of course, they want them counted for the census. And we probably won't stick around with this, and I'll see if I can find one of the next ones.
Them to increase their population so that they can get more congressional seats.
Again, he
And
hit it
that's
there.
exactly
that changes decades upon decades is so much front and center in the Constitution.
As we continue to provide oversight and weigh the value of this on behalf of the American people. And I yield back.
Which one was this one?
Mr. Cartwright is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. All of the same points I made previously about the ATF not having a registry.
Nobody gets hurt. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thought
Any other amendment or any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I ask is that we adhere to the U.S. Constitution.
Us having essential information on what's going on in that system is really important. And so this amendment just requires that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms provide to this committee the number of records maintained by the ATF's Out of Business Records Center and the percentage of which records have been put into a digital format. And so this is important for information for us to have as we continue to provide oversight and weigh the value of this on behalf of the American people.
Okay, that's what it was. This was the one for the census, I think, got shot down too. But this is back to the ATF and their records. He's trying to put something in where the ATF would have to report to them the exact number of records that they have and the exact number of records that have actually been digitized in their little registry.
And I yield back.
Outlaw, what's up, brother?
Mr. Cartwright is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
That's what I'm here for,
All of the
Jeff.
same points I made previously about the ATF not having a registry.
And these masked people still.
Sorry, I've been dealing with the wrong amendment. We do not oppose this amendment.
Mr. Rogers recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment requests additional information from ATF regarding the out-of-business records system. Oversight over the agencies we fund is a critical component of our work. It's what we do. For that reason,
Remember, guys, this is all about the money that's going to be used for these programs.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Since this seems like it has unanimous support, so I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Advance Republicans' efforts to ban abortion in every nook and cranny of this country, interfering with women's rights and health services that are legal under federal law.
Conflating the definition of reasonable accommodation to include abortions. Based on that,
ones. Healthcare decisions should be made by doctors, patients, and their families, not politically motivated lawmakers. Everyone should be able to access
The recorded vote.
Mr. Edwards. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr.
To visit the ATF's out of business facility. And we asked them questions regarding the database and the traces and did not have that information available. So this would require the ATF, it would insert reporting language that would require the ATF to report on which agencies are requesting the information and how frequently they are doing so. So basically, they do traces for a number of agencies, local and federal. We would like information on where those traces are coming from. It's really that simple, so we can have a better idea of how this database is being used. I urge the support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Cartwright recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a request, Mr. Chairman, that we always identify which amendment number members are proposing. We have some prolific amendment writers here. And let's, so we don't mix them up. But we're on cloud number 3 right now.
Yeah, they're in order.
Let's hope we don't get to cloud 9. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this particular amendment. While we continue to ask the ATF to do more with less in this bill, I can't oppose language that is simply oversight.
Work being performed in partnership with local law enforcement to trace firearms identified as part of a criminal activity. Oversight over the agencies we fund is what we do. That's our business.
We'll get to some ghost
this
gun
committee.
stuff here in a couple
For
minutes.
that reason, I support this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back.
If there's no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Mr. Morelli is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
This might be the ghost gun one. Or this one tries to shoot.
Mr. Chairman, I have an
Okay.
amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispense.
Without objection, the
Reading the
reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the member, and Mr. Morelli is recognized for remarks on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While there are several provisions in this legislation that I strongly oppose, my amendment strikes 6 particularly egregious policy writers that restrict the efforts of law enforcement to combat gun violence in our communities. Just last year alone, 35,000 lives were lost due to gun violence, a tragic but undeniably preventable.
Dude, with oh, they use this number all the time, and the vast majority of those, or a large portion of those, I should say, are suicides. Why don't we address the suicide end of it then? Because even if you took the guns, people are still going to commit suicide. But they're not worried about that. Man, it's just all about, oh, the gun's bad, guns bad, guns bad. We need your guns. So ultimately, it makes it easier to load you guys on trains.
Preventable epidemic. The situation has become so dire that the United States Attorney General has declared gun violence as a national public health crisis. What's the majority's response to the crisis? To double down on their extreme actions, inserting a series of policy riders that will further exacerbate the scourge of gun violence in our communities. For example, Section 568 of the bill would prevent the temporary removal of deadly weapons from the hands of those who are a clear and present danger to themselves or others, otherwise known as red flag laws. To state the obvious, states have implemented red flag laws to take lethal weapons out of the hands of dangerous.
So yeah, part of, or one of the sections of the appropriations bill the Republicans put in was where the federal government couldn't fund red flag laws like they are through the Safer Communities Act. Ed, what's up, my brother? And now Anthony Smith slipped in. How's it going, brother, man?
Individuals. This ban sends a clear message. The House majority is unconcerned with the needs of women, children in classrooms, women and other men from suffering from domestic abuse, and those in the midst of a mental health crisis. The majority has also chosen to strip the regulation of ghost guns, those untraceable firearms with no serial numbers. Ghost guns were entirely unregulated prior to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms action in 2022. The majority's proposal would ensure that anyone, even a teenager with access to a credit card or someone with a history of domestic violence, could easily obtain one. These firearms are easily accessible, require almost no skill to put together, and unsurprisingly, are time and time.
You can tell someone who's talking about ghost guns and they've never built one when they go, takes almost no skill. Oh man, you guys are idiots. Can they go quick, and can you sometimes you get lucky, all the parts and pieces fit together, everything goes smooth? Yeah, it can. And in some cases it works that way. In other cases, there's a lot of fitment issues. There's a lot of tolerance issues that you have to look at to build a gun that actually functions. You know, that building AKs from an 80% flat or a receiver, even a bent receiver, is considered ghost guns. I'd love to drop off a freaking parts kit in front of this guy and tell him, go to work. I want it in 20 minutes. I'll guarantee you, even if you basically check all the parts beforehand for a polymer 80 and gave them all to this dude, he couldn't put it together and make it work. But it's so easy.
Time again used in violent crimes. It's frankly disturbing to me that I have to speak out against this extreme provision that aids and abets violent criminals. In addition, the majority seeks to prevent ATF, the sole agency with jurisdiction over firearms, from defining conduct that qualifies as engaging in firearms dealing. Talking about the law, helping our nation's licensed firearms dealers safely sell firearms. Another point I'd like to raise, the majority's attempt to prohibit a federal firearms registry. We register automobiles as a measure to ensure accountability and safety to those on the roads. Creating a registry of lethal weapons is hardly an infringement on the Second Amendment. And yet another amendment, rider, the majority has literally reversed an executive order titled Reducing Gun Violence and Making Our Communities Safer. I think that effort speaks for itself. The misguided provisions in this legislation target important agency actions that seek to help, not hurt, responsible gun owners and licensed firearms dealers. The final rider I'd like to address strikes Section 549 of the bill, which blocks the implementation of any measure, regulation, or guidance issued or finalized by ATF after January 21st, 2021. Let me repeat that. Any measure, regulations, or guidance finalized by an agency that we as Congress have given.
The ATF is there to enforce law. If their regulations weren't anything serious, then their regulations wouldn't carry the force of law. If their rule changes weren't anything serious, those wouldn't carry the force of law. But this dude's completely fine with the ATF going after gun owners, and he doesn't care how they fucking do it.
The authority to issue measures, regulations, and guidance. This is a deeply unserious proposal, Mr. Chair. America is awash with gun violence. Instead of allowing the federal government to use their lawful authority to issue regulations to prevent gun crime, the majority is intent on preventing that.
So please, someone explain to this dude that Chevron is dead. It died a horrible death. What, 2 weeks ago now? These agencies don't get to regulate or come up with new regulations. They are supposed to read the law and enforce the law that's on the fucking paper. They don't get to change green to blue or red to yellow. If it's not in the law, then you guys just wrote a really shitty law.
Them from using any money to carry out their mission. This is simply unacceptable to me, and I know the vast majority of Americans. In the drafting of this proposal, the Appropriations Committee has failed our law enforcement partners by inserting these policy riders among all others. I hope to engage in productive conversations on this topic before these egregious riders reach the House floor for a vote. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I got to see when all this is coming up on the House floor.
Mr. Clyde's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Now, first, this amendment would strike multiple pro-Second Amendment riders throughout the bill. Let's just take a look at a couple of those.
You ain't wrong,
for example. You know, the intent of these riders is to first maintain the separation of powers. Congress has sole authority to legislate and make law, not the executive, so not ATF. The rules that we are defunding are actually creating new law and cannot be allowed to stand, so they must be defunded. For example, the red flag laws, they deny due process of law. When you look at the ATF rule entitled Definition of Frame and Receiver, what that rule does is it makes records be kept indefinitely so that when they're eventually turned over to ATF, they can become part of that registry. The ATF rule entitled Definition of Engaged in Business as a Firearms Dealer. This rule further pushes people toward having every firearm transfer documented with paperwork that, again, will eventually end up in ATF's possession, giving the opportunity to create, and as we have discussed already, ATF is creating a registry. And let me, I remind my colleagues of the law, 18 U.S.C. 926, where it says, nor that any system of registration, firearms, firearm owners, or firearm transactions or dispositions be established. That's the law, ladies and gentlemen. We need to ensure that our executive abides by the law. What the intent of these riders are to do by the ATF is to ensure that the exercise of a person's Second Amendment rights goes through government. That's it. Every exercise of your constitutional right will end up going through government permission. That's infringement, ladies and gentlemen. That's infringement. And I stand against this amendment. And these riders, or the striking of these riders, would strike our effort to cut back the regulatory burdens that the administration has placed on this constitutional right. It is a constitutional right, not given by government, but given by our Creator, as it mentions in our Declaration of Independence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright is
I'll start
recognized to
printing a
address the
frame
amendment.
right now just to
Mr.
do it.
Chairman, I rise in support of Mr. Morelli's amendment to strike a number of divisive and dangerous policy riders that weaken common sense gun safety laws in this country. As a gun owner myself,
And there he goes with that. Oh, as a gun owner myself, dude, just sit down. Just please, for the love of God, just admit you don't like guns, or that you don't think anybody else besides the government should have them, and just shut the fuck up, please.
as I've mentioned, I believe in sensible, well-considered gun safety policies. We should all be able to recognize that we're facing a gun violence crisis in this nation. An increasing majority of Americans believe that gun violence is a major national problem. Firearm injuries are the leading cause of death among children and teenagers in America.
If your child is not involved in gangs and drugs and living that thug life, they are more likely to die from household chemical exposure than by a firearm. All day long, every day, those numbers ain't changing. But you want to take 14, 15, 16, all the way up to 19-year-old gangbangers and throw them in the mix. Because you guys can't be honest about the numbers, because you're pieces of shit. So
It's unacceptable. We have to try something different. The rate of firearm fatalities among children increased by 87% between 2011 and 2021, while at the same time, car accident fatalities fell by almost half. Sensible policies to protect children from car accident deaths, including mandatory seat belts, booster seats.
remember, kids, whenever they want to strip you of your rights, it's always for the children. We can just save one.
And better airbags save lives. Sensible and thoughtful approaches to gun safety can too. In considering this bill, we shouldn't tack on policy riders that undermine sensible gun safety laws and policies and may have unintended or ill-considered consequences. It's reckless. It has no place in the appropriations process. I support the amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Yield back.
Are there any further members wishing to address the amendment? Mr. Espiat is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise also in support of my colleague's amendment that strikes down dangerous policy writers in this bill. Specifically, the sections stop our ATF from enforcing firearms regulation that make our communities safer. This is crucial.
Yeah, there's a dude in Arkansas whose wife would love to have a conversation with you about the ATF keeping people safer.
Because this last holiday weekend, gun violence affected nearly every state in our country, with over 500 shootings resulting in at least 180 deaths.
And all of those shootings and deaths happen in a handful of counties in the United States. We all pretty much know where they are, and most of them are in Democrat city shitholes with strict gun laws.
And over 525 gun violence injuries. Now is not the time to go backwards. We've shown our ability to move forward with the passage of the Bipartisan Safe Community Act, and we have the opportunity to do this again. So let's not go backwards. Let's keep our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any other amendment or any other members wishing to address the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly disagree with my colleague and friend, Mr. Clyde, that the elimination of these riders infringes on Second Amendment. It simply requires of all of us that we abide by common sense gun safety measures and try to keep all Americans.
You know what common sense gun safety is? Keep your finger off the trigger. Treat all guns as they're loaded. You know, don't point anything you don't want to destroy. Know your target in the background. Those are common sense gun safety. What you're talking about is people who don't give a damn about any of your laws, who are out there murdering each other. And if they're willing to do that, you think they care about you putting in another law. No, the people it's going to affect are people who are trying to be law-abiding. Cutting ATF's funding, I would cut all of it. I would cut their entire agency. I would make sure there wasn't a piece of letterhead left on this planet that had the ATF's logo on it. Yeah, pretty much, G. Common sense ain't common no more.
Safe. It's a privilege to support our law enforcement, our partners, and keep our communities safe. For our work on this this subcommittee, which I'm proud to say I'm a member of. I am sad though that this budget.
Could you really imagine these morons if you took them back in time, trying to draft the Constitution and deal with war and trying to get these states together on the same page? Our founders, these guys would have looked like just tarred and feathered by the first 5 minutes.
Does not do that. Although I'm disheartened by the provisions included in the legislation, I certainly hope we can continue to work towards a budget that protects public safety. I urge a yes on the amendment. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
And then they'll go through a voice vote or roll call vote.
Roll call's been.
Carl. No. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger.
We'll see. I don't think his passed. I don't think it really had with some of these Republicans that had a chance.
On this vote, the ayes are 24, the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted.
3 liberal prosecutors, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg.
All right, this was
Fulton
about
County. We want to keep a
basically about the
republic.
prosecution of
The
Trump.
United States, current and former.
Room has already been by previous approach what the law is. It doesn't make law.
Mr. Bocan is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if the author might yield to a question on the language. Until after the election?
And just narrowed it.
Prosecute a presidential candidate clearly.
Time is of the essence. The court.
Miss Lee of Nevada. Miss Lee of Nevada, no. Miss
So just for something quick, that was Clyde had an amendment that wanted to stop all appropriations for a prosecution of a presidential candidate before the 2024 election. So it only would have went for a couple of months. Probably wouldn't have done nothing before then.
Letlow. Miss Letlow, aye.
Rather than just say it's written correctly, this
years on this. And it is something that I think
pretty technical when we're here voting on something.
Years on this. And it is something that I think many would understand as it relates to states' rights. To date, the majority of Americans reside in states that have enacted laws that
Democrats are all about some states' rights when it comes to legalizing drugs or something like that, but not states' rights for anything else.
Reduce penalties against the use of cannabis.
One set of policies and have federal
Enforcement Administration and the
And we've also seen,
And this
you know,
was about
execution-style murders
legalization
that have happened because of the
marijuana.
prolific.
Thank you again.
As the importance of these audio tapes, both to us here in Congress and to the Americans that we serve.
Let's see where some of these others were at. This was about basically taking Garland's salary and dropping it down to $1 versus the couple 100,000 he makes until he gives up the audio tapes of Biden.
Serve. Both sides of the aisle.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Microphone, Stenny, you dumbass.
That's not an appropriate way to achieve.
Null and void simply by compliance with a legitimate congressional subpoena. Primarily. For ammunition classified as a higher level of explosive, there are more restrictive licensing requirements, more restrictive. This overregulation of a
Well, hell, we'll listen to this one just because it's interesting.
non-sporting cartridge over 50 caliber by the ATF has caused some federal firearms licensees, including manufacturers and dealers, as well as our very own military, to pay higher shipping costs and higher procurement costs because when the ATF classifies ammunition as a higher level of explosive, then DOT must regulate it as such, and those higher costs of production and transportation are passed along to the consumer, which in this case is the military primarily. For ammunition classified as a higher level of explosive, there are more restrictive licensing requirements, more restrictive magazine storage requirements, and more costly transportation requirements. And there should be. If something is truly a higher explosive, then we should treat it as such. And I'm sure we can all agree on that. But if something has no higher explosive in it,
Gabbert,
then
what's
it shouldn't
up,
be
brother, man?
regulated as if it did. It doesn't make sense to me to overregulate, as it doesn't make sense to the firearms industry, and it certainly doesn't make sense to the defense industry manufacturers either. So my amendment expands the small arms ammunition exemption to include a specific larger cartridge called an M781 40 millimeter blue plastic nose training round with an inert projectile. An inert projectile means there's nothing dangerous in the projectile. And the blue plastic nose means the M781 is exclusively a training round. Making a cartridge specific congressional exemption would not be the first of its kind either, for an exemption has been on the books for years for the 5.56 millimeter green tip M855 cartridge. The M781 training round is affectionately known in the military as the chalk round because the blue plastic nose cone is filled with an orange marking chalk. And the marking dye in the projectile is an environmentally friendly, biodegradable powdered chalk. The M781 is completely inert, and again, the blue plastic nose signifies that it is exclusively a training round. Yet within the last decade or so,
good,
ATF
man.
has decided to forcefully regulate it as a higher explosive because it is over 50 caliber, when no explosive exists in the projectile, and the propellant that drives it is smaller than a standard 38 caliber pistol blank. The entire manufacturers and military combined will potentially save millions of dollars in lower shipping and production costs, and the industry will certainly save significant amounts of money in lower regulatory costs, which should translate to lower prices for military contracts. This blue tip chalk round should be classified as small arms ammunition, where it belongs, and regulated as such. But because the projectile is larger than 50 caliber, ATF incorrectly classifies it as a higher explosive, again, when there is no higher explosive in it.
Just another regulation from ATF that's just fucking absolutely
Seeing
retarded.
no further amendments. Oh, Madam, recognize the gentlelady from Ohio.
What was the ruling of the chair on that amendment, please?
The amendment was withdrawn.
Through it. I would like to place on the record, with unanimous consent, an article that was in the Business Insider
Oh, this
regarding the
bitch.
gentleman's own investments, and to try to understand the connection between your amendment and your own business interests.
She was trying to bring up something screwy, saying someone would be
The
making money
appropriate
off of it.
question
or
would be
something
without
like that.
objection.
Is that a
Gentlemen
unanimous consent request?
It is.
It is.
I object.
Very interesting.
The
I'll make sure every member of the committee receives the article.
agencies by restricting to what has been concluded by so many, including presidents of both parties, to be a building that needs to be replaced.
Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Laura, Mac.
Let's jump through. There were a couple other things that happened. Again, I should have time.
And direct funding where it is needed most. Indian country and federal wildland firefighting investments that matter to communities.
We're going to playing
For
skip.
the Environmental Protection Agency by 1.8 billion or 20% is irresponsible and severely impact.
Oh yeah, these folks, they do not like any kind of cuts to the EPA. Eagle Run, what's up, my brother? How are you doing tonight? Yeah, they're having kittens right now because I basically wanted to cut some of the EPA's budget, which is nice.
Impacts needed investments
if I
in
can find some
environmental
more gun stuff, though.
justice, if ever you choose to do in the future.
Think that our national parks and other public lands, the health and safety of the American people.
Differently. These stories are stories of diversity.
Severe consequences affecting the water we drink, the air.
Quickly alert you, obviously we have.
Let's see. They went on for another break. I'm trying to find, there were a couple other parts of this.
Riders targeting millions of American citizens, the very riders that have already proven so divisive in earlier markups. The riders in this bill give an open invitation to exploitive oil, gas, and mineral leasing, and block rules that protect our public lands and resources for our children and grandchildren.
Mr. Aguilar.
There
Mr.
was
Amade.
supposed to have been something introduced in here or in another hearing yesterday. Right now, the Corps of Engineers restricts carrying of any guns on any land managed by the Corps of Engineers, which down here right by me, most anywhere on this river is Corps of Engineers land. So if you were fishing and had a gun on you, game wardens would throw a shit fit and want to ticket you or take your stuff, basically. Unless, I think they kind of make some exceptions for duck hunters and like when we're out alligator hunting. But if it was just an average day and you were out fishing and have your pistol on you, yeah, they're going to shit kittens. But they were supposed to have been a rider in here put over on that, and I'd love to see that shit pass.
Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice.
Lady's not recorded.
Decision is implemented fully. The agencies funded by this bill have been some of the worst offenders when it comes to the agencies abusing their regulatory authority under the Chevron doctrine to implement a radical policy agenda. Whether it's the EPA attempting to shut down huge portions of our energy industry, or the Fish and Wildlife Service using the Endangered Species Act to wreak havoc on farmers, these agencies have consistently looked for ways to impose burdens on ordinary Americans doing their best work. My amendment would simply gather information on the existing rules that have been upheld under the Chevron deference so that in light of the Supreme Court's decision, Congress can reevaluate those rules and return to carrying out its constitutional duty to write laws instead of delegating the task to unelected bureaucrats. So I support this en bloc.
Nice.
And I thank you for the time and yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak the en bloc amendment? If not, I recognize Chairman Simpson for 1 minute to close.
Ellie.
Let's get
Climate
back to
Justice Alliance. With marginalized communities everywhere experiencing record pollution, environmental
these
justice
guys will
just
never
can't wait.
ever
I know that
get
the
tired of
Climate
class
Justice
warfare, race
Alliance builds
warfare.
capacity within their organization that was polluting our community.
Diesel bus and truck garages, auto body shops, smokestack industries.
No. Mr. Espaillat.
Come on, where's it at?
Opposed to concert.
This draft.
Oh, Mr. Trone.
There was a bunch of EPA stuff they were just
Energy
going over.
security, including $1.8 billion for the base nuclear energy programs. We also provide additional funding by removing the Department of Energy's role on the LNG export.
For the sake of the American people as well as his constituents. And we really will miss you greatly. And energy independence, after half a century of effort, our nation has not reached home plate and scored on U.S. energy independence.
We were basically independent when Trump had us drilling and producing natural gas and everything on a very large scale. Now you guys want to put us back to windmills, solar power, and all this other stuff. And now we're buying gas and oil from everybody who hates our guts and buying it at much higher prices. Matter of fact, that was one of the biggest gifts that Joe Biden has ever gave to Putin. When he cut down all the fracking we were doing, all the production that we were doing, and cut our natural gas production, the only place people in Europe can go for natural gas and a lot of other energy sources is Russia, because they're the only one producing it. Unless they go overseas to get it, and then they got to deal with places like Iran. Oh, God, they're so absolutely insane.
Important in other areas of this bill to note that we support modernization of our nuclear.
For this his strategic approach to putting the bill together, and I urge all members.
Not only would its proposed cuts hamper innovation within the United States, but they also would hinder a program that has provided significant return on investment for taxpayers.
This lady is such a
Several
hack.
independent impact evaluation studies have assessed
in decades, reducing reliance on foreign sources.
In the transition to a global clean energy economy.
Undertaken, and the work being done can be used as a template for restoration projects throughout the country.
Oh, Miss Hag.
So my language urges
required to achieve American energy independence. Thousands.
You've got to complete these nuclear demonstration projects.
Utah, Pennsylvania.
Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley.
My colleagues to do the same, and I
At
yield
least
back.
I don't torture you guys with all of this, because I watched almost all of this.
And the Beaufort Dam. Not only would taxpayers have to foot the bill for replacing signs and road markers, which the Army Corps said would be well over $1 million for just Lake Lanier, but also
I would share with you that I found a really apropos drink koozie that I was proud to bring to the committee today. That says, if pulling down a statue of a slave trader ruins your way of life, you are either A, a racist, or B, a pigeon.
You know, lady, you can take that bottle and shove it right in your ass sideways. And this bill was about having to rename anything, anybody who had anything to do with slavery or the Confederacy. Nope, they got to rename everything. Lake Lanier, you name it. Because Lanier apparently was named for some dude, I don't know. Man.
And I will tell you that
proud of our shared heritage and can be hopeful
is extremely important for young people also to recognize that racism still exists in our
Back and
Yeah.
urge your colleagues on the
Don't
floor to
be
do
in
the
the
same.
Democrat
I think we
Party.
just simply have one amendment and then final consideration of the bill.
on a beach, you should care about this, is aware of it. And I look forward to working with my coastal colleagues to find a solution that works for all parties.
My, Rep, shut your phone. This amendment makes it easier to restore beaches that have been eroded by
Army Corps,
funding for related to the Department of Energy's Justice 40 initiative, Section 505.
race theory, something that, as we heard last year, none of my Republican colleagues can even define. It blocks support for underserved communities, though I would assume all of us have communities in our district
The Department
that are
of
underserved.
stuff.
It even has provisions related to same-sex marriage and pride flags, which have nothing to do with energy and water.
Klein. Mr. Klein.
See, that might have been either
And
that.
I,
I probably
Mr. Hoyer.
over a couple when we were flipping through that, but that was yesterday. And trust me, the ignorance is alive and well today. Let's see. This was today's hearing. Oh man, yeah, they're losing their shit over that too. Oop, did we lose video? Hold on, I know I did. Let me get back. This one, nope. This one, yep. Let's see.
Has
Figure out where we're
initiated
at here.
enforcement actions against several. Sadly, this majority has shown a chronic inability
What in
to
the
walk the walk
hell
when
is
it
she
comes to
wearing?
fighting anti-Semitism.
That abandonment.
Mr. Simpson,
Again, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation or this to adopt. And with that, I yield back.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ms. McCollum, no.
They'll go through their typical
For
vote.
Health, ARPA H, and the National Institutes for Health. I mentioned this in my opening comments with reference to the consolidation or reorganization of NIH and ARPA. Earlier, by forcing the agency to scale back its existing portfolio of crucial R&D initiatives. ARPA H's cutting-edge research is vital. Reach a
Requires the scientific evidence of that the need for.
So basically, they were going through. They were trying to cut a bunch of money that was getting used to do things like COVID, and Democrats are losing their mind over that too.
Such a restructuring, and there hasn't been any of that. If this was a collaboration between Energy and Commerce and the chair of the committee.
out of the committee room.
Never be rewarding illegal behavior with the custody of children. So I urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment. Thank you. And
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment. Oh.
It's coming up here in a sec.
Another one, we can come back to this, obviously.
Let's see which one she's talking
Clyde,
about.
are you ready to proceed?
Because there's some stuff about the CDC is
Clyde is recognized
studying
for an
gun
amendment.
violence.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, would the gentleman specify the amendment quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Clyde, number 2.
Okay. Without objection, and the gentleman.
Oh, come on.
Collecting timely data, addressing the gaps in knowledge around this issue.
Here it is.
Let me quote a form to be
Health and Human Services from placing these unaccompanied alien children with illegal alien sponsors. There are a record number of.
No, that's not the one.
I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. This amendment would prohibit the Office of Refugee Resettlement from reuniting children with families, accompanied children.
It's going to stop child trafficking.
Or subsidize the undermining of our Second Amendment freedoms.
Here it is.
While the Adicki Amendment is thankfully still in existence in this bill, unelected anti-gun bureaucrats attack our Second Amendment rights on a regular basis, and they are gaining in momentum. Just 2 weeks ago, Biden administration Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, and I think I got that name right, went as far as to say, and I quote, "Firearm violence is a public health crisis in America." As we all know, the U.S. Surgeon General is a political appointee nominated by the President of the United States and is the leading spokesman on matters of public health. But this fear-mongering is unacceptable. With rhetoric like this coming from the top public health official in the nation, who is supposed to be nonpartisan, I am extremely concerned that federal funds that are supposed to be going toward researching ways to fight crippling diseases will instead be used to study and advance gun control policies. We cannot allow this to happen. My amendment will strengthen the existing Dickey Amendment guardrails in the bill to ensure taxpayer dollars do not fund this type of research in any manner or fashion. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which supports the Second Amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Firearm injury is among the 5 leading causes of death for people aged 1 through 44 in the United States. It is the leading cause of death for children and teens aged 1 through 19.
No, it's not. We've disproved those numbers and disproved those numbers. But they'll sit there and just freaking spit it back out. What does this tell me about the voting population? Oh, dude, it tells me most of them are morons.
Let me repeat the last statement. Firearm injury is the leading cause of death for children and teens 1 through 19. This amendment to add prohibitions on research related to firearm mortality and morbidity prevention would be added to a bill that already removes funding for this research. This is absurd. Collecting timely data, addressing the gaps in knowledge around this issue, identifying effective prevention strategies are needed to keep individuals, families, schools, and communities safe from firearm injury and death, and to enhance safe firearm practices. The National Institutes of Health has funded research in New York that allows emergency room healthcare providers to ask about firearms in the home.
That's
and if they
begging
are
for a
stored
meme,
safely,
man, against the
an
mask.
issue
What's
I
up, brother,
care
man?
about deeply. According to the hospital where this research was conducted, reducing gun violence in industry would be a cost saver to the hospital's bottom line if fewer gunshot patients are treated.
You know how you get to fewer gunshot patients being treated? You get the people that are doing the shooting off the street. That way they're not on the street doing the shooting. See how this works? See?
Center for Disease Control and Prevention supports a diverse portfolio of research projects to advance our understanding of the characteristics, risks, and protective factors of firearm violence, suicide, and unintentional injury, and the effectiveness of interventions to prevent firearm-related injuries and death. Many funded research projects focus specifically on youth or will have implications for youth, while others are relevant for specific populations at an elevated risk for firearm violence and suicide, such as our veterans and those who have been victims of violence.
Yeah, she does. She
In addition,
doesn't give a
the
shit.
Center for Disease Control and Prevention funds 12 states to collect near real-time data from emergency departments to identify patterns, respond to surges in gun violence, and determine where to direct intervention efforts. The underlying bill already includes the Dickey Amendment, which prohibits funding from being used, and I quote, in whole or in part, to advocate or promote gun control. This is not about gun control. This is about public health.
See the change in that though. That's when you realize how dirty these people are. Yeah, we're not going to talk about gun control, but we're going to talk about guns being a public health crisis, and we have to go after this public health crisis. So we don't have to talk about it as gun control. We have to talk about it as public health. And then they'll get a bunch of funding for it, and they'll skew a bunch of data and research, and then they'll go through, well, we got to ban these, we got to ban those. Well, now your doctor's got to ask questions every time you go in. Do you have guns? How do you store guns? These, man.
I will note that it was the former Secretary of HHS, Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, who said there was nothing precluding Congress from funding this research. There just needed to be funding in the bill. That is why I fought to provide funding for firearm injury and mortality research in fiscal year 2020, the first time that we have had funding for 20 years. I will continue to fight.
If the CDC didn't have any funding, how did they come up with all their data that you guys keep spitting back out? If they didn't have funding to do the research, how are they doing the research? Or if they need more funding for it, why are they already doing the research?
To ensure that funding is included in this bill.
Remember, this was today.
We should be united in finding ways to save lives and to end gun violence, not playing partisan games with this critical research. This amendment is more for guns and for gun owners than it is for saving lives. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Sit down, Oliver.
Please recognize to address the amendment.
In strong opposition to this amendment. Very harmful. It attempts to prohibit gun violence prevention research relating to gunshot.
Yeah, this is where I called it earlier.
Mortality prevention that treats crimes committed with the firearm as a public health epidemic, which it is. In June 2023, I led a letter signed by many members of Congress to Surgeon General Murthy, urging him to take more robust action to curb gun violence. Following various engagements this past month, the Surgeon General's office took the historic step of releasing an advisory declaring gun violence a public health crisis and applaud continued efforts to expand gun violence research to protect families, especially our children. Gun violence has impacted far too many communities across this nation. From mass school shootings to daily crime in vulnerable neighborhoods, it's not just a political or law enforcement problem, it's a public health crisis and deserves to be treated as such, which necessitates.
Yeah, we could have stopped all the shootings that happened across the country on the 4th of July if we just treated this like a health crisis and banned guns.
Necessitates better research and data collection. Guns kill 44,000 Americans and severely injure hundreds of thousands more each year.
Yeah,
it's the leading cause of death for children in the United States. You can't tell me that that is not a public health crisis.
Lady, no, I can tell you it is not a public health crisis, and I can break those numbers down for you, you moron. Done it before.
Crisis, leading cause of death of children. It disproportionately impacts communities of color. Gun violence is not a political issue. It impacts all of us, regardless.
Of course, again, back everything about them is color. Probably because a large portion of the black community is involved in gangs and drugs, and they're the ones shooting each other constantly and shooting into homes and killing kids that are innocent, just trying to go to sleep or play a damn video game. Don't bring the race out in unless you want to acknowledge the fact that the majority is done by a minority. Actually, a minority of a minority.
Regardless of political stripes or zip code. Just last year, a poll found that access to guns was America's #1 public concerns. Mass shootings that have continued to devastate our schools, our public places, and our communities are clear examples of why we need a public health approach to this issue. Americans are constantly telling us that they want to see change on the issue because of the deadly fear that they feel from gun violence, and it is an epidemic, and rightly so. If there were a disease killing 44,000, mind you, 44,000 Americans every day, we'd be racing to find a cure. If there were a food item killing 44,000 Americans every year, we'd be pulling it from the shelves. If there were a car or an airplane killing 44,000 Americans every year, we'd be demanding a redesign. Mr. Clyde's amendment will directly make us and our loved ones less safe. It prevents medical experts from using their expertise to confront
give me
an
a second.
epidemic that's destroying lives, families, and communities. We need to stop favoring the gun lobby at the expense of American lives and do everything we can to further expand firearm violence research and data collection. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. It's quite deadly.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Washington-Schultz, to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As the gentleman from Georgia said, just 2 weeks ago, U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy declared firearm violence in this country to be a public health crisis. His advisory detailed very clearly how firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and adolescents. There were more than 48,000 firearm-related deaths in the United States in 2022, according to CDC data. Think about that. Every day, over 100 people are killed by a gun. Every single day. A room full of people just like this one die from guns. These numbers are appalling. This non-starter of a bill already eliminates funding for CDC to conduct gun violence prevention research. But
People aren't just dying because there's a gun there, lady. They're dying because we have a bunch of really violent people who will use any tool that they can to harm others. The majority of the people that you're talking about per day are people who take their own lives. And they will do that with anything that they have on hand. But you study the reason behind that and not just the tool, and then we can get somewhere. Jesus Christ. Talk about coyote ugly, I swear.
clearly, that's not enough for those beholden to the gun lobby. This senseless and heartless amendment manages to expand that research prohibition even further. So what? So we can double down on thoughts and prayers? This amendment is plain disgusting. Research was one of the key pillars in Dr. Murthy's advisory in very clear terms, and he is absolutely correct. We do need a strong foundation of research to understand which gun safety policies truly keep our communities safe. This amendment prevents any meaningful analysis into understanding this epidemic, and I'm saddened by the Republicans' priorities. Have we forgotten Sandy Hook, Pulse,
I emailed you a link, Wolf.
Las Vegas, Uvalde, Tree of Life, Mother Emanuel, and so many more terrible incidents? Do you not see the news on a daily basis or look at the horrific scenes in our communities? Gun violence is in our places of worship, shopping malls, in our grocery stores, concerts, and movie theaters. Do we keep ignoring the carnage born from hate crimes, anti-Semitism, or the children thoughtlessly gunned down our neighborhoods and schools?
How about we quit ignoring the fact that the government has failed us on every single level? How about we quit ignoring that and get people to be responsible for their own safety? Absolute. What's up, War? You there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, mind if I add to this topic since we're at it?
Nah, hit it.
They claim that gun violence is a mental health issue right now. And was it what are they calling it?
They want to call it a public health crisis.
No, I call bullshit on that. You know what it is? It's a public health crisis in America.
Huh.
Here, let me find it. I've written this down. Okay.
People voting for Democrats.
When you got a weak-minded school that turns a blind eye to help students, they resort to turning to gangs, bad influences, also to the point they commit suicide by themselves or by cop, arrested or dead. They even had enough to deal with some families that are dysfunctional at home. This is the root cause of violence in schools, yet nobody cares less. Then there's the sick and fucking minded individuals that need to be locked up and throw away the key.
These people do not want to look at root issues. And we've talked about that a bunch on the channel. They don't want to look at the root issue. They don't want to look at maybe we should get ways where we can keep families intact. You know, maybe we should promote healthy family life. Maybe we should go after gangs and start taking violent criminals off the street and keeping their asses in prison so that they're not out on the street committing the violence in the first place.
I'd say abuse has been a mental health crisis.
I think it causes some mental health crisis, but the abuse itself, it's another one of those things. You got to take that in its own bucket, and then you have to realize where it leads.
It's a trickle down effect.
Well, yeah. I mean, typically when someone's abused, they tend to grow up and they tend to be an abuser.
That or it creates a world of hopelessness. And what happens when you're hopeless? You do things that are desperate, or just you don't believe that there's any other way out of it.
Oh, no doubt.
It's now flooded with fear. Gun violence is a major problem, but it is a distinctly American problem. That's because extreme elected leaders allowed it to get to this point. Leaders right here in this room who turn a blind eye to the pain, fear, and sky-high health costs gun violence wreaks, and claim guns just aren't a problem. How many more massacres?
How many times have you fucked up on the FBI's hand when you keep allowing kids to get a hold of shit that they shouldn't have had or even buy to begin with? Like what happened in Parkland, Florida?
Oh, when it happened in Parkland, the law enforcement had already had many interactions with that kid. Law enforcement knew who he was. They knew this kid was a violent threat.
That's one example.
If they had just went through, and when this, I can't remember the entire history behind it, but if they had actually charged him with some things and put his ass in jail, it would have stopped him from getting the firearm.
Then you had that issue in Illinois with the Highland Park incident, where
with
the
the
freaking
Ford
state
car.
police. Well, no, they literally paid off and expunged the state police to expunge that kid's record when he had 7 felony attacks.
Yeah.
So that's bullshit. Don't give me this fucking idea that government's going to solve all your problems.
There was a shooting a couple days ago. It was a younger guy. I think he was 21. And I didn't look into the whole story. Anyway, he shot a few people. Shot like 4, killed a couple. Come to find out, this dude had been down for sexual assault, I think rape, and a bunch of other charges. Did less than 3 years in jail. And then was back out on the street. And then did that shit. The government fails at everything besides really and truly destroying freedom. They're really good at that.
Will it take for Republicans to take a stand and say enough? I urge my Republican colleagues to vote against this amendment. I'm confident my Democratic colleagues will be, and rise to the occasion once and for all. I yield back.
She is such a condescending bitch. It's
No
just
fucking
not
bit.
even funny.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I
Redhead
want to
back there's kinda
concur with my colleagues, Congressman Lee and Wasserman Schultz, and oppose this
Can you also pause for one more sec?
amendment.
Yeah.
You know, when it's funny, they're talking about this as a mental health crisis. How many fucking children have been put in the black market and fucking, human trafficked?
Oh, man, they don't want to talk about that. Hell, there was a bill that came up earlier. I think it's one Clyde brought up that wouldn't allow non-citizens to take custody of children.
And Coop, here's another thing. If you put the scales of all the stats of all their bullshit gun deaths and their fucking whines about everything that's going on, I'd like to figure out what the stats are for human trafficking of children right now, foreign and also currently in America.
It is amazingly through the roof
compared to the fucking claims on the gun deaths.
Yo, dude, it is massive, and they don't want to talk about that. They still don't want it's probably more kids now But over a year ago, Border Patrol and all them had to admit that they lost track of 84,000 minors. And I will bet my ass a large portion of them were moved into child sex trafficking and stuff like that.
And, you know,
But they don't want to talk about that.
And every child has a story. Can you imagine the fucking outcomes of how they're living after that? The fucking pain, and also just the environment change. You got to be shifting after being harmed.
Oh, man, it's something I can't even.
And
I
that they
can't
want to
wrap
fucking
my
call
head
a
around
fucking metal product as a health crisis. Give me a fucking break, bitch.
that. I can't even wrap my head around some of that.
Like many other Americans, continue to weigh the cost of the carnage of children across our country and what
See,
has happened
here
to
we go
them
again.
in schools, places we used to consider safe. And I just want to tell the
If
story
you solve
of
the
one
fucking root
killing
issues, you
scene
wouldn't
that
be
I
having
happen
these
to have
fucking
personal
issues.
knowledge of. To place this on the record,
not about
the
those issues,
assailant
though.
was a male,
About the gun.
15 years of age, in a rather well-to-do community in Michigan, just north of the
Oh
border
god,
that
you
I
allowed that
serve in
fucking guy to get
Ohio.
in that school. Don't
He
lecture
killed
us
4
on
of
that
his
shit.
classmates, and 6 more students were
He literally
injured,
allowed that guy to walk
as
in that
was
school.
a teacher, and many, many others were caught in the crossfire. And the mayhem that happened in that school remains with every single individual who worked there or had loved ones in the school. The
All right, I need
assailant,
you to pause on this
thankfully,
again.
was convicted.
Yeah.
They literally allowed the fucking guy to walk in the school, and he told his kids to literally duck and cover and run. That was it. I mean, the officers literally were on the scene about it, but he just literally allowed that guy to walk in free with a pistol.
Like I said, man, government fails every single time, and then they want more control so they can fail even larger.
Let me tell you something. You can try to prevent all the death you can, but it'd be like me freezing time and trying to change my outcomes, my past decisions I make. You can't play God and think you're going to solve everybody's problems.
Well, again, especially getting into the education system. The education system, leftists have taken it over for basically the last 80 years and have produced more and more radical kids and more fucked up kids every year.
And you know what one of the main issues is, Coop, that you've always told me?
Huh.
I'm all for kids actually fighting and defending themselves against their bullies, especially if their brothers or sisters actually been attacked by one of them.
Dude, you didn't see some of the stuff, which, again, an actual school shooting where someone from the school goes in and then just goes in and try to shoot a bunch of innocent people. Those are quite rare. But when you raise generations of kids that have no coping skills, they don't know how to deal with adversity, they don't know how to deal with that bully, and you basically just give them some technology, iPad, what the hell ever, and then they're able to segregate themselves for everything and hide inside their own world or their own head. Of course, stuff like this is going to happen.
And also, people that don't have a fucking father figure can't even show them how to live their life.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. Even a school bully has been, whether it's, I don't agree with it. Yeah, even though he was probably bullied, it was great the idea to become a bully. I can understand why. It's because if you show weakness, you're a target. And once you're a target, you're vulnerable. And you're pretty much, you're done. You're done. And I get it. You got to show aggression in yourself to not become somebody's bitch.
Well, it's, you used to teach kids that, the way you dealt with a bully was to stand up to him.
Yep.
Whether you took an ass whooping or not, you stood up to him.
Yep.
And they don't teach that anymore.
No, and they'll prosecute you as a kid, saying, oh, you just hit your bully. You're going to serve time in fucking detention. Fuck you, dude.
Oh, yeah. Well, they started pushing that zero tolerance horse shit. Hell, when I was in elementary, so you're talking the 80 something. It's when I can first remember them pushing this down, zero tolerance for fighting shit, to where someone could literally jump on you. You could defend yourself, and then you still got in trouble.
I mean, God forbid somebody actually pulls out a fucking knife, not a fucking piece of wood.
It's just it's more and more ridiculous. And the more control you give these people, the more authority you give them, the worse this shit gets.
But yeah.
Convicted.
All right, let me go
of
grab.
first-degree murder. He was 15 years old, and terrorism. I can tell you, the mother of one of the deceased children, seeing the hand of her daughter sticking out from under a medical covering in a medical lab, screamed so loudly that she thought she would break the glass that she was looking through. I happen to know a family member of a young student that survived that shooting, a survivor. And what this family is going through right now with PTS as bad as any one of our military veterans would face, and not just the child, the family, the grandparents, this doesn't end. It is a public health problem.
Secure our schools.
It's even more than that. The family has moved.
Not just schools,
And
but root cause
just
of
the
what it's actually
bills.
creating the issue.
The medical bills for a family.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go with this definitely from
Where it
quite a
started.
few different places. The one you can go after the easiest is securing the schools. But anytime you talk about that, they go, we don't want our schools to look like prisons. Lady, I promise you, it's not going to look like a prison.
How is it like with fucking TSA at the fucking airport? No
Yeah.
fucking different.
I mean, it's you could build a beautiful campus with controlled entry, controlled exits, restricted entries, and the kids would be absolutely safe there. It's hard, a little harder to retrofit schools, but you could still do it. But these people refuse to put that money in there. They refuse to do it. Because let me tell you something, they need the dead kids to push for their gun control.
I mean,
that
it's sad reality of the scoop. It's not just guns, dude. This is alcohol. This is fucking drugs. Any political topic, they're using the death of some person.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they constantly will.
Survived, in quotes, has already amounted to over $200,000 just to try to stabilize a family. Their child has not re-enrolled in school.
Pause.
We don't want that child to fall behind.
Yeah.
Child doesn't want to go to school, apart from the shootings, obviously, but nobody wants to go to a liberal ass leftist school.
But how do they catch up when they're not with their classmates? And how do they manage to reroute in a new place?
Because
and
no one
try
could
to
ever
live
homeschool.
a normal life when the PTS does not end? These are veterans. These are veterans of the shooting spree going on in this country. I know the offerer of the amendment owns a gun store, but I would really plead with him to meet with some of the families that I know in my part of the country.
Yeah. Her going after Clyde, because, yeah, he probably does still own the gun store. Whether or not he owns a gun store or not, he owned the gun store before he came to Congress. He is here to protect Second Amendment rights from the federal government.
Here's the funny thing, Coop. You're going to blame a fucking inanimate object, but you're not going to take fucking, direct effect of the fact that it's a criminal and the state's at fault for it.
Yeah, Chess brings up a good point. And I know a lot of guys that were like that. I mean, hell, my father-in-law shot for the school team and stuff. So he would literally get on the school bus with his gun, get to school, check his gun into the armory, go to class, go to shoot, take his gun home at the end of the day. If he was taking it home at the end of the day, there weren't school shootings. Even when I was really young, I remember shotguns and rifles in the back of trucks everywhere. And I talked to guys where it's like, yeah, fuck, that was high school for us. If there was a hunting season, every truck in that parking lot was going to have guns in it. Never a school shooting. So the only thing that really changes here is the leftist spin on education and then the absolute destruction of the family.
Let's put it this way, Coop. They've destroyed the family. They've destroyed the churches. They've destroyed the schools and education. What's next? They destroyed, society itself and how things should be then begin with from the root cause.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely.
I mean, what else am I missing?
I mean, do you think like the riots in 2018, 2019, and 2020, do you think those were not part of the plan? Because they absolutely were.
Let's just put it this way. You can't reason with thugs.
No, and you're never going to be able to.
And do you think that's just bad, like with the BLM riots? That's what's going on all the time in Chicago. I mean, Coop, I just sent you a video, 2 days ago? Johnson in Chicago?
Yeah.
Over 200 shootings. And the guy's literally on a fucking NASCAR race, and that shit was going on, and he wants to blame the fucking gun industry.
Yeah. Yeah, don't go after the people who are actually committing the violence. Just go after the gun. And I've said it before. If you think just taking guns away, take every gun out of the United States, if you think that's going to solve the violence issue, you're an idiot. And if you want proof of that, it's very easy to see. There are these places called prisons that have controlled entry, controlled exit, 24-hour security, and all these damn rules. And you still see rapes, robberies, and murders and assaults daily.
Yeah, not just that, Coop. I've seen what's going on in Chicago, New York City, and other major cities. There's so many criminals and illegals. It's not even funny. And I think they're catching and releasing these fucking people on the streets just so they can make money off their arrests, dude.
No, they're right. You got, and me and you were talking a little while back. I can't remember, but it was like it's kind of like that multifaceted deal. They can make money off of it, then they can turn around and then they can use the violence to push for more laws. So
I mean,
Democrats, they're always coming at it from like 3 different fronts.
I mean, what other? I mean, I can't think of any other thing. What other suggestion would you for catching and releasing criminals back on the streets again and not locking them up and throw away the key?
Well, some of it is, to be honest, with the illegals. They don't want to report the crime stats.
And kids are also getting in the crossfire, by the way, shot or even molested.
Oh, yeah.
So, honestly, I think they're just doing it to make money off the fucking arrests.
Well, they make some money off the arrest, but then they turn around and they use all this to push for more horse shit like this. Democrats need victims. Period. Because victims are the ones who are going to run around and scream, "Oh, government, please protect me." That's one of the reasons they hate self-defense so much. Because when someone defends themselves and doesn't need the government, besides maybe to come clean the mess up and do a little paperwork, well then, the government didn't have any control over that situation. How dare someone defend themselves?
And perhaps meet some of your concerns, but also address the real health crisis that we face in this country. And it is disturbing to me. It's in the families.
Yeah, Matt, the plan is absolutely to destroy America
because of what has happened to their children. This is a big public health issue. And it is rooted in irresponsible behavior. You can blame the parents, you can blame the media, you can blame whatever you want. But we have many wounded veterans, civilian veterans across this country that their families have been so damaged and so crippled by this rising gun violence.
All right, pause.
I just think the gentleman is on.
You're as bad as I am.
Woman, you fucking bitch. You want to talk about veterans? No, you want to talk about veterans? How about you kicking all of the fucking vets out of their fucking homes and apartments and giving them to the fucking legals? Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. These people don't give a rat's ass. I'm telling you, this is all about control. This is all about power. They don't give a shit how many dead kids are laying around out there. I mean, if they really and truly, if they cared about the deaths of innocent children, we would have hourly commercials for storing household chemicals properly and warnings about children dying from household chemicals or pools or everything else. Because more innocent children die from household chemicals every year than from guns. They do not care about the children. They will use their bodies to stand on, but in the end, they don't give a rat's ass about these kids.
And I think children right now are dying from abuse from the family, school, or etc. They're dying from fucking fentanyl, and they're dying from fucking being trafficked.
Absolutely.
On the wrong track. We at least have communicated on other issues where we disagree, but this is one that is not getting any smaller. It's getting bigger across our country. and it
Yeah,
is
Mike, you ain't
wounding
wrong
our
there
fellow
either.
Citizens. We simply must take a different tack, and I do not believe the gentleman's amendment helps in this very, very important regard. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Okay, are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my colleagues on the left love to use the term gun violence. That is a deceptive left-wing term, much like the term assault weapon. Guns are inanimate objects and are not violent. Evil people are violent, not firearms. Evil deeds do not transcend constitutional rights. My amendment still allows the CDC and the NIH to carry out research on medical procedures, practices, treatments, medicines, and therapies related to gunshot injuries and recovery, and I encourage them to do that. This amendment simply strengthens the existing guardrails of the Dickey Amendment. And with that,
I'd like to touch on that.
Yeah, one of the funniest things is, especially before the global war on terror really kicked off, and we started getting boots on the ground overseas, a lot of the initial medics were trained in cities like Chicago and Atlanta and places like that so that they could see what gunshots actually were, so that then they could treat them on a battlefield.
Coop, you mentioned Chicago. You know what's in Chicago right now?
A bunch of violent assholes?
No, Great Lakes Naval Base. That's literally where the fucking Navy base is for fucking becoming a sailor.
Hmm?
But no,
encourage
also like
support, and I yield back.
Huh?
Yeah, this guy here. I was going to touch on this before you talked, so I didn't want to cut you off.
No,
but
go ahead, bro.
he mentions, all right, people in the heart have evil actions, not the fucking internet object. Here's the thing. Okay, Second World War, a German soldier kills an innocent civilian. Is it the gun's fault? Or is it the fucking German soldier?
It's always going to be the person pulling the trigger.
So it's kind of funny. So people don't see it from that perspective then. If you want to play fucking games, that's your example. So you're going to blame an internet object versus the fucking soldier that was responsible for Adolf Hitler.
You could solve all these gun deaths by educating children so that they know guns aren't toys, and then going after the violent criminals who are actually running around shooting people. That takes a vast section of the gun deaths out of the pot. Then if you go after suicides, try to improve things to where people don't think they're at the end of their rope and then end up killing themselves. That takes the majority of gun deaths off the table. And then about the only thing you'd really be left with, again, which could be solved by education, is someone with a negligent discharge. But no, don't go after the whys, the hows. Nope, just go after the gun.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Ms. Lee of Nevada, no.
Let's see where this
Ms. Letlow.
passes.
Rice, aye.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Carter, aye.
Amendment Lee number 1.
Mr. Carter, aye.
Are there others
This thing went on
wishing to vote or
for
change their vote? Seeing none.
God
the
damn,
clerk
was
will
this
tally.
12 hours long today?
Jesus,
About 11
Scoop,
hours.
I mean, are we gonna watch the whole fucking thing?
No, I'm just skimming through it for the gun stuff.
I can't stand that blue leftist, the one with purple hair.
Oh God, yeah, I can't stand her either. I just want to say, I want to see whether this amendment passes. It should pass, but because this was today, I haven't been able to skim through this yet.
So far, I'm just having a hell of a time right now.
Oh, dude, it's the last 2 days with this appropriations committee has been freaking crazy. Just on this end.
On
Did you
this
see
vote, the
Al Baldwin's
ayes
thing?
are 32, the noes are 24. The amendment is adopted.
No, dude, I haven't watched anything about the Alec Baldwin trial. I need
They
to.
did a trial one today, actually.
Yeah, I need to look either uncivil law or oh God, Runkle of the Bailey. I need to look at their coverage of it and just skim through it. Let's see where they hit anything else gun related.
For any further amendment or discussion?
No insurance leaves them without abortion care coverage.
And their doctors and insert
Some patients, not for abortions, for health care, providing over 400.
Most of these women running around jumping up and down about abortion are in no danger of having sex, much less getting pregnant.
100,000 life-saving cancer screenings and providing over 2 million.
Yeah.
And these are also the same people that like to alter their fucking children's gender when they're actually born either a male or a female. You can't
Yes.
change your biology.
Yeah, some of that was argued in the hearing from yesterday. And Democrats are losing their mind because people didn't want to put money in to pay for abortions or for gender affirming care.
Million people with birth control.
Thank you. Are there any
Ms. Pingree?
Stops them from protecting minors from exposure to known carcinogens and improving workplace standards. That's just workers. LGBT, I know you all love the flag. There's a provision that bars HHS from implementing an executive order to prevent and combat discrimination based on gender identity and sex.
This bill before us are blocking policies that the courts have already struck down. I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Let's keep on.
Out of once again Project 2025 playbook to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the
Pause.
workplace, as outlined in
Yeah.
I'm so tired of your fucking word equity, dude. It's equality. That's the word you're looking for. Quit using fucking equity.
Well, that they want equity because they want everybody to have an equal outcome regardless of what they actually do.
That's equality, not
No.
equity. Equity is where you're it's forcing down your fucking funds for an equal amount. That's exactly the same as the other person. That's
See,
the equality.
Equality is if you put in the same work, you reach the same result. Equity is you don't have to put in the same work, but then you get awarded the same result as the person who did put in the work. It's kind of like participation trophies.
This is complete bullshit, man.
It's absolute horseshit, and it always has been.
in the mandate for leadership chapter of
Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr.
We need to increase support for rape prevention programs.
Pause.
A tragic example of what happens.
You know what a real rape prevention program is? Teaching women how to conceal and carry.
If not, it's get a fucking taser, not legalize people to carry tasers for Pete's sake.
I just, they talk about this shit like all men are just these rapists. I never remember my dad sitting me down and going, okay, son, look here. I know you got a dick, but you can't just go, have sex with anything regardless of what she says. You can't force it on. I never had that talk with my dad. And somehow I've survived 47 years without raping anybody. Seems like that's another one of those where we kind of need to address the people that are doing the rapey things and maybe put them in prison and not let them get out.
Throw away the key.
Yes. All right, man. I'll look at them in a sec. I think if I can remember my IG password on this computer, I'll pull them up on the screen.
When the majority, the Republicans cut funding for the labor HHS education.
Mr.
It's Social Security Administration, administrative account in this bill.
Embark on cuts of this enormous nature. I support the Rupert-Sperger amendment, and
who are benefiting from Social Security. If you want to be truthful, when you stand in front of a group of seniors and say you would never vote to cut Social Security, you'll vote yes on Mr. Rupert-Sperger's amendment. And if you don't want to do that, if you think
This is
Restore that funding. Let's get the money back to non-defense programs the way it was laid out in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, a 1% increase, a total of $786 billion. You leave $60 billion on the table. I will keep saying that. And this amendment would restore funding to 2024 level for CDC's tobacco prevention.
I have a suggestion.
It was
Pause.
eliminated.
the storm in it.
What'd you say, brother?
You want to restore funding? Cut back on the fucking spending on Ukraine, all right?
Dude, we send so much money to all these other countries, it's not even funny.
I mean, listen, I don't
So-
mind helping out at foreign affairs once in a while, but god damn, you've been spending way too much fucking money out to the fucking foreign nation.
Dude, we need to keep our happy asses out of everybody else's fucking business.
I'm thinking of Hurricane Camille. After Hurricane
For the last several years, my Republican colleagues have pushed to include language in the Labor H bill that erodes the protections for a narrow category of workers.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this amendment, what it would do is simply strike the harmful report language that blocks funding for the HHS Office of Climate Change and Health Equity. We've gone through this a few times now in terms of
This
equity,
fucking horse shit.
as it relates to.
They can waste more damn money on stupid shit. Climate change and health equity. Eat a salad and eat a steak and get over yourself.
It's this fucking equity thing. I'm so sick and tired of hearing that word.
Oh, dude, you and me both.
To people who deserve equity.
Aye, Mrs. Watson.
And Coop, I keep hearing that fucking word every time I'm seeing watching Greg Bishop, man. It's driving me fucking nuts.
Oh, man, that dude, I hear it even more than that. Trust me.
There's first sharing responsibility on FSGG and now on THUD. Mike, you're a great partner. Burdens to rural states and small towns that don't have the luxury of spending millions on consultants and grant writers.
Appropriators know that, and I think members of this subcommittee know it best. In the final analysis, I should care just as much about a tunnel from New Jersey to New York as you should about extending the red line in Chicago. Or
Homelessness on any given night. Despite an escalating homelessness
These
crisis
freaking masks,
and
man.
the Supreme Court's shocking and cruel decision to allow localities to criminalize people experiencing homelessness, this bill guts the home.
You go first.
Do you not know that fucking homelessness has been going on for fucking decades? You still haven't fucking solved it. Also, the fact we're not a sanctuary.
You know, if there's a homeless encampment out in the woods, it's not hurting anything. I could give a shit about it, less about it. If you put your homeless encampment up in front of my business and people have to wade through human shit and needles to get to my business, and then my business basically shuts down because of it, and that's what happened to a lot of businesses in California and some of these other cities, then yes, they need to get their little homeless ass, 3 hots and a cot, in jail or something like that, or the mental institution that they should be in, or the drug rehab they should be in.
Home program, the sole federal program dedicated
this grants at the same time, it makes massive cuts to housing policy
Again, with
that would
every time you
eventually
see a
lead to
Democrat,
more
there's a
people
mask
becoming
behind them.
homeless. In order to combat this epidemic, we need to fully fund housing programs.
Pause.
And the Congress for its request.
Yeah.
Okay, housing. How much forest do we have left when you keep fucking hacking up every tree around every scraper of a fucking rest of the United States, dude? Pretty soon there's not gonna be anything.
Dude, we actually have more forested land right now than the United States had 30 years ago. Even with all the development and everything else, there's a lot of stuff that goes on.
No, but I'm just saying, the more we keep doing this shit, the more we're gonna just keep losing stuff.
Go after the reason people are homeless and get them to where they are no longer homeless, whether it's through prison, whether it's through rehab, whether it's through a loony bin, you name it. That's how you solve the homeless issue.
And
You
stop
don't do
taking
it.
fucking illegals.
Yeah, and yeah, stop bringing in illegals. It helps a lot. But it's funny when they bring in the illegals. Oh, fuck all the American homeless. We're going to take the illegals and put them up in buildings. And hey, that hotel's not a hotel anymore. That's going to be a refugee center.
Hell, they even taken over fucking schools, kicked out these kids, and put the fucking illegals in the schools.
You never saw them do that
Words
for
out of
homeless vets.
The OMB director, Shalonda Young, who used to run this.
Places we never expected to see it before. So we can't pretend like it isn't there. The affordable housing crisis is largely due to the fact of a low inventory. And I won't go into all.
That's because all y'all's regulations on home buildings, you bitch. Again, this is another situation where the government gives you cancer and then tries to sell you more cancer and telling you it's going to cure the cancer.
It's like they created a fire. My house burned down, and now they're telling me to relocate, and they'll give you a free house. The one I lost that was part of my family for decades.
And yeah, Chess, there used to be huge places, sanitariums and stuff that where the mentally ill could be housed and treated. Some of those, were, what can I say, weren't nice places, but that could be addressed and then still keep the infrastructure. And there are a lot of people out there on the streets that are homeless that definitely need to be in a situation where they can get intense and 24-hour mental care. Some of them you could bring in for mental care and probably within months to years, get them properly balanced out, and then they could go be a member of society and get their own house and stuff like that. But no, we couldn't. And it was under Reagan, I think, when they shut down the all the mental institutions because the leftists were throwing a fit about all these people that were just being housed in these hospitals.
All the financial practices that are going on that are
help underserved teens in the east side of St. Paul build skills.
Virginia did not have any representation on the committee for the first time in over a century. A predecessor of mine, Representative Frank Wolf, built a lasting legacy in our community for his.
This bitch can't speak, and she's speaking through a fucking computer.
Yes, that's her walker right there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And I can't remember her name. I can't remember her medical condition, but yes.
This is like fucking Feinstein and fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg shit we don't need to be doing.
Yes.
Many years of bipartisan work, he and his Democratic counterpart.
Carbon footprint that's probably unfathomable that are being built in different parts of California, but they haven't actually laid a single track.
You'll see the homeless.
I rise to offer an amendment and ask unanimous consent to dispense with
You
the
guys are
reading.
basically getting a snapshot of
Without objection.
my research. Basically,
This amendment strikes what we would consider
pause.
controversial writers.
Yeah.
That woman with the computer thing, that reminds me. Who was the guy that was a professor that was smart as hell but didn't want to?
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah. Stephen Hawkins is exactly what I was thinking.
Instead of focusing on investing in affordable housing.
From utilizing federal funding to toll existing roads or bridges on the federal highway system that are not currently tolled. In 2021, PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, proposed tolling 9 existing bridges across the entire Commonwealth, including one that would negatively impact hundreds of thousands of people in southwestern Pennsylvania. These tolls would have cost the average commuter an additional $1,000 a year. Under President Biden, blue-collar Americans have seen their wealth decrease significantly.
Telling you, if they
Gasoline is
if the
up
left can't tax it now,
55.3%.
they're going to find a way to
Car
tax it.
insurance is up 20.
There's no end the government will
Ms.
not go to
Capter.
rob your ass.
Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer.
Increase for the Native American housing block grant funds, but I do not
They're
think
talking about a bunch of housing stuff.
I tell you, Coop, this is just fucking amazing how we are right now, dude. This is fucking disturbing.
Oh, dude, it's freaking. And people wonder why I'm so ill on live stream sometimes, why I run my mouth and say a whole lot of profanity, because I watch shit like this constantly.
I mean, Coop, I don't know what's
an
worse.
amendment to prohibit the use of the Biden.
I don't know what's worse, dealing with this or the constant love bullying you got from your wife.
Oh, dude.
Administration's disastrous and fabricated estimate of the social cost of carbon or greenhouse gases in any cost-benefit analysis, rulemaking, guidance, or other agency action. As we all know, President Biden's Department of Transportation and Environmental Protection Agency have proposed new emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles that amount to a de facto electric vehicle mandate on everyday Americans, severely limiting consumer choice and exorbitantly increasing the costs on hardworking families. I'm thankful that the bill we're considering here today prohibits taxpayer dollars from implementing this disastrous Department of Transportation CAFE standards rule. However, we must also, and with that, I yield back.
Talking about it.
Justice, fair housing, you name it. As an example, the defunding of the California high-speed rail. This project was endorsed by voters in my state, and
Nobody wants high-speed rail. Nobody.
I'm in favor of it. However, Obama, believe it or not, had that on the table from fucking Amtrak and other companies, and he didn't want to fucking do it. They have literally proposed to do a train route from New York City all the way down fucking Sacramento, California.
Oh, I know. I remember that. But in most cases, nobody wants it. They wouldn't have enough riders on that train to make it profitable. And then it would just be a huge government subsidy suck up, just like the train routes are now.
seeks to bring our transportation options simply in line with what people in other countries.
Hell, I'd have to go find it. But Mazie Hirono, when they were talking about shutting down a lot of stuff with air travel because of global warming, was basically proposing that we needed to make a train route from the United States to Hawaii.
How are you going to make a fucking train route over a fucking ocean?
Hey, I don't make this shit up. I just bring you the rules.
What, are you going to make a fucking interstate bridge over the fucking ocean to fucking Hawaii?
It's freaking, these people are insane, man.
Have decided for decades. Again,
Coleman.
All right, what are we doing, folks?
Strong rural communities. We should ensure that USDA, FDA, CFTC, and other agencies have the resources needed to continue providing America with the highest quality, the safest, most abundant, and the most affordable food and fiber, medicine, and medical devices anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
We're all fucking human, dude. We can't always promise everything, all right? And in this country, that's a fucking fantasy. We can't give everybody something that's perfect in this world, dude. There's no such thing as perfection. There's no perfect family.
No. Well, with a lot of the stuff they're talking about right now, there are other ways to do it besides the government control. Private industry can do this on their own, period. We don't need our government overlords involved in everything that we eat, everything that we touch, everything that we drink. Yeah, well, that's true, Chess. Is trying to, I mean, tax diesel and gas and everything else so high that no one can afford to drive their own vehicle, and all be stuck on public transportation and at the will of the government just to go to the fucking store.
What's next? They're going to tax our
should
fucking
not-
phone lines?
Oh, they're already doing that.
God forbid.
There's a government tax on your phone. Matter of fact, there's a government tax on your cell phone so that the government can then turn around and give people free cell phones.
That hamstring their ability to do their jobs. You, me, and everyone.
Shortchanging the Rural Energy for America program, REAP, by 90% and a pittance for the Rural Energy Savings Program will make it harder for small businesses and agricultural producers to keep up with soaring energy costs. And cuts to direct loans.
Let me see. Why are our energy prices soaring? Oh, because you douchebags are pushing climate change on everything. So gas prices are high, diesel prices are high, natural gas prices are high, home heating oil is high because of your policies, you blue streaked-haired fucking hag.
That help rural Americans
Pause.
buy homes and the elimination.
Yeah.
I'd also like to add to that. Not to mention what this is 2023 right now.
2024, man. Keep up with the times.
2024. By 2026, every fucking car industry and the fucking Democrats passed this majority in fucking Congress. Thank you, you fucking Democrats. That every fucking vehicle now in every car industry has to be by the industry has to have an AI system to determine whether you're actually impaired or not while you're driving on the fucking freeway, and you'll shut down your vehicle.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Just give the government a way to shut down everything.
Yeah, and also, by the way, there's going to be federal and state lawsuits at the moment. There's going to be fucking car pileups in every fucking street corner of the fucking globe for the United States.
Dude, Z, this chick comes up with some of the ugliest outfits that I've ever seen. Fashion sense is not in her vocabulary.
Oh, Coop, you know what she reminds me of, actually?
Hmm.
You've watched Star Wars before?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. This reminds me of. Yeah, hold on. Ah, fucking camera.
Oh yeah, the Sand People.
She looks like one, dude.
Holding a rifle over her head. It's all right. A lot of them remind me of
Elimination
a lot of other
grants
things.
for farm labor housing will make it
again. Once again, it hurts our ability to fight the climate crisis by slashing funds for climate hubs and climate research. It cuts the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program, which
Yeah.
Why are we fucking slashing funds to begin with? Leave it the fuck alone where it is and keep it there. See my problem I'm seeing right here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Chess. I know how you feel, brother, with the insurance going up.
is known as SARE, by $3 million.
Let's see if we get any more gun stuff.
Life-saving medicines.
Again.
This Republican bill guts critical federal resources to keep American families fed and to keep our food and healthcare systems safe.
It is none of that is the federal government's job. None of it.
Okay, hold up. I got some for you. All right, this is just fucking pissing me off. The hell, Coop. I want to show you something. This is fucking pissing me off.
These people, they swear to God, there's a government program for everything, and the government can solve all your problems. That's not the way this is supposed to work.
Here, I got it for you.
I am sitting in a room full of fucking idiots. Dumb motherfuckers.
Screenshot it.
You take Johnny O'Rourke's kid and you put him on as general organizer pay him 36 fucking grand at the same time. You let him sell insurance to his fucking father's. To his fucking father's. To his fucking father's uncles. Damn it! How do you do that? How stupid can you be?
Oh God. If you ever had me working with Congress, that's about how I would feel. How fucking stupid can you be? And it's bad to ask that question because each time you think they can't get dumber, they get dumber. It's like a challenge to them.
And the people who will be impacted the most are communities of color, poor,
Again with the
rural, and
race.
underserved communities that I could vote aye on it.
Insists on that. I would hope the dangers of vaping, particularly with products not approved by the FDA, including a lifetime of health problems, lung and other organ damage, asthma and other breathing problems, addiction.
How about we go after I don't know, closing our border and stopping fentanyl before we worry about someone vaping? Just did she steal her grandmother's drapes and just throw them on?
Addiction and more. You might be surprised to hear this, but there are currently only 23 lawfully FDA authorized e-cigarette devices. But you walk into a gas station or a convenience store and you see a wall.
Cuts to these benefits. We know that single mother households with incomes below the poverty line face the highest levels of food insecurity. We should be increasing funding for programs that support them, not decreasing them. On another note,
I swear, your government programs, lady, are part of what caused all this shit. And now you want more government on top of that. It's like the Department of Education. If you took one school, staffed it with competent teachers, you could have them teach on chalkboards, and you would end up with children that were very smart. And instead of spending all the money on the other bullshit, just pay the teachers, and you could solve the education issues that we have and give them the power to discipline students so that you don't have the disrupted students there, the drug dealers and all that other horse shit. But no, we throw billions at the Department of Education and we keep getting dumber.
my colleagues, despite humanitarian crisis happening
Yeah,
on
Maxine
nearly
Waters
every
is a good one.
continent on Earth, decided to slash the Food for Peace program to the lowest.
Amendment number 1 at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized to explain the amendment.
This is the bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes bill and report language additions from members on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment, and I ask for your support.
See whether they
What
get
has happened?
anything else
What's
with
happened in
guns.
one school is because of something we call hydroponic technology, kids can raise their own lettuce and the kitchen can prepare fresh salads for
add
lunch.
to this scope?
Wouldn't that be great if that was in every school?
What'd you say, brother?
No, I'm feeling like Jimmy Hoffa, dude. We're so fucking smart, but we're so fucking dumb at the same time. Just make it so
America,
fucking simple and go
technologically, we can
back
do
to the
this,
system.
including in the urban
Yeah.
schools. We can teach kids how to grow carrots on raised platforms. We can actually bring agriculture back into the city.
Oh my God.
Go to a fucking farm.
Who asked? Hold on. Who asked if they could get dumber? Because she's answering the question right now. Yes, they can get dumber. With everything we've got going on, you want to talk about? Okay.
As I mentioned, we want to go beyond where President Lincoln was when he established the department and recognize that the majority of people live in cities and
Amendment and yield back.
He never
Food
supported that.
To healthy foods, to see if we, in fact, enhance the health of SNAP participants.
Things before record amount of money for dividends. The same corporations 55 of the biggest corporations in this nation pay no tax at all. Another 39 don't pay what they owe.
Pause.
Now, let me just say this. One might.
Yeah.
I don't pay my taxes. Fuck you. Your fucking federal government keeps threatening me if I don't pay my fair share, I'm going to go get arrested for federal evasive of not paying taxes. Fuck
That
you.
man, they lie about, oh, these corporations, oh, they're not paying taxes and all this other horseshit. They lie about this shit so damn much it ain't even funny. Because in a lot of cases, if a corporation is taking some sort of tax subsidy or something like that that lowers their taxes, these are the assholes who actually voted for those.
And she's part of the elite.
Yes.
I regard what they get in tax
for 2 or 3 days so I could eat that in the evening. I know one day I found some chicken breast, and I
support this amendment.
Yeah.
Look at this motherfucker with a fucking jar of God knows what it is. Pickles or fucking jam or something. Look at him right in front of him.
No, there's jam. It looks like probably jam there, pickles there. There's no telling. There's probably some lobbyist gave him a bunch of shit.
What is this green thing that's there? What is that?
That looks like her drink bottle. If that's
It
what
looks
you're
like
pointing at.
somebody see how fucking SpongeBob or Patrick is drinking a toxic waste.
And as we argue on the floor on the alleged fight to keep our refrigerators.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is about practicality. You've heard the human cost.
Yeah.
He mentions refrigerators. Believe it or not, Coop, your average refrigerator, believe it or not, guess where it's from?
China.
The biggest seller, believe it or not, for appliances is the fucking refrigerator. And it's from fucking China.
Well, right. They're trying to do a bunch more regulations, the Democrats are right now. They would basically take the cost of an average refrigerator and pretty much triple it. On top of trying to cut gas stoves and a bunch of other shit. That's just this is what we deal with, kids. This is, again, if you guys think I'm super ill on some streams, it's because I watch stuff like this and I watch these idiots constantly.
Not just that, don't forget, this is the same fucking people that were trying to cut off people from having gas stoves.
Yeah.
Of this America's farmers, ranchers.
As well. As a member of the Congressional Food Allergy
food recommendations on early introduction of allergens in the next food package review. As the ranking member also pointed out, the WIC also supports.
Demonstrate a little bit about what we're talking about here, but it's hard to see from across the room, but this shows the level of imports of molasses into the
program, because make no mistake about it, when you combine the $1 billion we provide with the $1 billion that the secretary through the Commodity Credit Corporation provided, with the $300 million that's still in the fund, it's way more than last year's enacted level.
Is required. In America, we are blessed with an abundance when it comes to food production.
Been also in the Amazon and seen way too many hungry babies, starving babies. I'm heartbroken, but about what I saw in Sudan.
Good for you.
Recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. New.
It's for beneficiaries is an issue that we should have.
At least it's almost
bipartisan
done.
agreement
Unless they
on.
come up with something about
We
guns
did
here
it
in the
2
next
years
minute.
ago, and we got bipartisan
We're through with
agreement
this.
to put it into the FY20.
On menthol cigarette and flavored cigars to OMB. These rules are science-based, and they'll reduce the number of kids who become addicted to tobacco,
All right, let me grab
confront
another
racial
beer and let's
disparities,
listen to how they
and
want
ultimately
to
save
ban
lives.
menthol.
Sadly, this rider shows that the majority is still beholden to big tobacco and its bottom line. This rider once again places these companies' malicious priorities over the health and well-being of children and minorities. This rider aids and abets big tobacco to predatorily target these vulnerable populations every single day. All of my colleagues here know now by now that I'm a cancer survivor, and there isn't a single person in this room that cancer hasn't touched in some painful way, and I shared some of that pain this morning. Yet this pro-cancer rider is the same shameful dance that we do every year where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do big tobacco's deadly bidding. The sooner that the FDA can finalize and implement these rules, the sooner that we'll stop more kids from smoking and vaping, save more lives, and block big tobacco's lethally targeted marketing of these products. And lastly, for my colleagues who preach fiscal responsibility, let me remind you that tobacco use is responsible for about $241 billion in healthcare costs each year. And you're saddling taxpayers with that, since more than 60% of these costs are paid by Medicare and Medicaid. Perhaps one of you can explain why it's fine to soak taxpayers. Also, tobacco companies can sit atop fat stacks of deadly profits. Make no mistake, delays to these rules costs lives. And we should not be costing lives. We should be saving lives here. I yield back to...
Dude, they banned menthol products. There are going to be a whole lot of really ill people. But they're going to try it. It may be the way they lose the black vote.
the balance of my time and urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment.
Including exposure to secondhand smoke. Smoking harms nearly every organ of the body.
Here this whole time. Let's do something great together. I believe in us. I really do. I thank Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz for offering the amendment and for her longtime leadership on this issue.
There'll be an amendment about mental competency, which I believe was a completely unrelated amendment that would take this process down, I think, a very negative road. But I do think, as every other member, you could put an amendment up, get a vote, and that's why I put this up there. I hope that we won't denigrate this committee to a new low. But if that happens, it happens. But again, I mean, Mr. Klein, I just want to apologize to you that it was on here. You were the first one on the list. We wrote it. We thought we'd get our independent thing, and we said, no, we're not going there. We don't want to take. So whatever, yeah, it really doesn't matter. It would have been nice if there could have been a yielding, so at least we could have understood where they wanted to go.
Point of order? Is the gentleman's secondary amendment, Mr. Chairman, germane to the gentleman's underlying amendment? Because I'm not sure what cognitive testing has to do with whether flags are flown upside down. We do have germanity rules.
Oh, God.
We actually don't have an enforceable point of order in this forum. I'm advised by the parliamentarian.
So anyone can introduce anything they want. It doesn't matter. We have no rules.
I think that's probably a correct interpretation. We
Hold on,
only
we
have
gotta
a set
back
of
something
rules.
up real fast.
That they have the ability to lead those organizations. And so I urge rejection, I'm sorry, I urge adoption of this amendment. And if this secondary amendment is not adopted, I urge rejection of the underlying amendment. I yield back.
So what, I'm trying to
Any
figure out
other
what this one's
members
about,
seek
because they were mentioning
recognition to
upside
speak on
down
the
flags.
second degree amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the gentleman who's in charge of subcommittee would yield to a question. You didn't specify whether or not you'd support the underlying amendment if this was added. Oh, you're playing coy. Okay. My apologies to the committee. I really didn't think symbol of freedom, and it may not mean much to you, but to people who it does mean something to, it does mean something to. But somehow last year, it became controversial. We talked about flying it over the Department of Ag, and we talked about gay garbanzo beans and all this other stuff. And it was a rather ridiculous debate that unfortunately has continued in every single one of the 12 bills we have. But if you really care about flags, you really care about the symbolism of a flag, there is something that we could do. And that's why we thought appropriate on this bill, since this is where all the debate was last year, is on the idea that we would have a flag flown upside down. As we all know, it's incredibly disrespectful on multiple fronts.
Pause.
According to the United States Flag Code, it
Hold on,
says,
let me-
quote, "The flag should never be displayed with the Union down, except as a symbol of dire distress in instances of extreme danger to life or property." The VA guideline.
I was gonna speak on
says
that.
Yes.
Yes, the
That
flag
is the
upside down.
reason.
Yeah.
Yep. Here, let me do this because we're almost done with this. So let me turn my camera back on. Yeah, that's the reason this bag I carry every day, the flag's upside down on it as a sign of distress and danger and all that.
Oh, and also we talk about flags. Get rid of the fucking trans and pride flags everywhere, dude.
Yeah, you mean like now?
Look at this, Neil Johnson. You had one full fucking month of fucking pride. Yet you have no fucking acknowledgement for our veterans.
Oh no. No. So apparently, and one of the reasons, in case some people don't know, I think it was Alito's wife, was flying the flag upside down. Again, as a sign of distress and danger and siege and all that. And the Democrats lost their minds over that. Now they're completely okay with you burning this shit in the middle of the street, unless it's a pride flag. If it's a pride flag, no. You get a felony for that shit. But you burn the American flag, they don't care. No. I will say this. I believe that burning the American flag is completely free speech. I don't think it should be banned or criminalized or anything like that. I think the person that burning the flag, if they catch an ass whooping, well, they're the ones who sent up the smoke signal in the first place, so they just had that shit coming. But yeah, flying the flag upside down is not a symbol of disrespect at all. It's actually a symbol of great respect. It's way more respect than burning it.
You let the flag touch the ground, that's disrespect.
Yes.
You rip it apart, it's disrespect. You burn it, it's disrespect. Hanging it upside down, it means that we're in bad times right now. We're living.
That's exactly what it means. That's why I tell you. That's why I say all the time, man. These people are not serious people. They're not. They take for granted that a large portion of our society is nothing but a bunch of idiots, and they get to do whatever the hell they want to do, and they'll come up with whatever rule, whatever regulation. Hey, we'll have the CDC do more stuff on gun violence is a public health problem, so that they can put out all these other rules and regulations. It's oh man, I'm surprised. I'm surprised the CDC thing was the only thing that come up in today's appropriations.
Yeah. I sent you that video, by the way, Coop. The one where this fucking guy is saying that the fucking the justices need to be petitioned out because of fucking wrongdoing and claim that, oh, Biden didn't commit a crime. There's no fucking proof. Fuck you, dude. There's got plenty of proof. Here, I'll post it in the side chat.
Oh no, Z, it's definitely not a mistake. It is. This shit is by design.
It's been going on for what, decades? Decades.
Yeah, this shit is definitely by design.
You gotta watch this, Scoop. This will literally flip your mind, dude. I already dislike the fuck out of this guy.
Oh, you put it in the regular chat.
Yeah, made things easy. No email or text.
Hold on, let me do.
Let's have a good fucking night, even though we're giving ourselves a headache while we're at it.
Oh, dude, it's a constant headache. I
Just
swear. I
don't-
mean, once you actually start paying attention to these people and the shit that they're pulling, it becomes maddening. It really
The government's literally becoming like the abusive parent. Oh, we're here to fucking protect you. How's that working for you?
does. Yeah, well, they become about like your rapist. You know, they screw you and they want to cuddle after. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing this for your good.
Some breaking news here. Moments ago, AOC filed articles of impeachment against two Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas and Sam.
Yeah, I remember that.
Fucking AOC.
Which
Fucking donkey.
and they're not the only judges they're going after, but yeah. Clarence Thomas, they can't stand Clarence Thomas at all because he actually has read the Constitution and likes abiding by it. And they don't like Alito because Alito, in a lot of cases, will kind of rule with the Constitution and limit the government's power. That's why they can't stand these people.
So in other words, AOC is a fucking communist statist.
Include failure to disclose financial income, gifts, and reimbursements, property interests, liabilities, and transactions, among matters involving his spouse's financial interest. Articles against Justice Alito. Refusals were recused from cases in which he had personal bias or prejudice concerning a party in cases before the court. Failure to disclose financial income, gifts, and reimbursement.
You know what's missing from this?
You're mute. You're mute. You're mute. Coop, you're mute. Check your.
You know what's missing from all her little articles? She can't say that these judges were acting outside the Constitution. She can't say that these judges were.
Yep.
Oh no, what it was, my connection just dropped on and off real bad. When it does that, it'll drop my mic.
Yep.
Yeah, she can't say that these judges were they upheld this unconstitutional law or they upheld this unconstitutional government power. See, if you could say that about a judge, I would completely support articles of impeachment for him. Sotomayor, Kagan, Ketanji's going to be right there with them, so I mean she's right on that train. So I could see, and I firmly believe that judges should be impeached for actually upholding unconstitutional laws or deciding on grounds that are extra constitutional or something like that. But that's the only reason they go after these judges, because this financially looks bad. Well, this looks bad. Well, your wife was flying a flag upside down. We got to impeach you. Let me kill my cam again. We'll listen to this.
Property interests, liabilities, and transactions, among other information. Now, to be clear, these articles are not the result of a decision handed down by the court, since that's clearly not an impeachable offense, even if it does show overt corruption. They are the result of the justice's conduct around the office. Here's MSNBC's Ryan Noble explaining that point.
These articles.
We're going to MSNBC for this one. Okay.
To impeachment are not based in any of the decisions that either of these two justices have made, but instead specifically about their conduct around the office. For instance, in both Thomas and Alito's case, she is accusing them of not properly disclosing financial benefits and gifts that they were given by donors and others, and in some cases, people that had.
You know what would be nice? If every member of Congress, one, was audited every year, two, they couldn't be involved in the stock markets at all during their time in Congress. You want to be in Congress, guess what? You have a government retirement. You don't get to be involved in the stock market, period. End of story. Every dollar that you spend, every dollar that you take in is accounted for every single year. That would be nice. I would love to see that. But it's gotten to the point where if a judge is not doing something that is unconstitutional, I don't give a shit whether he sticks a glove on his head and runs around calling himself a chicken. I really don't. All I can hear is apple crushing noises right now. Yeah. That bitch, she could eat corn on the cob through a picket fence.
court. And she's also doing that in the case of Clarence Thomas, saying that he refused to recuse himself from certain cases that his spouse had a vested interest in as well.
And again, notice that they're going after probably the two most conservative judges on the court, but it's been proven that Sotomayor and Kagan and them have all had very similar circumstances, and you ain't hearing them go after them.
Also, Coop, don't forget about the two justices that took, what, $2 million from fucking J.B. Pritzker as a fucking campaign donation?
Yeah, you're not going to hear the left. Yeah, you're not going to hear these leftists talk at all about them.
Yeah.
Which, again, proves this is all a political attack because they don't like the way they rule.
Exactly.
It's not that they were doing something, again, against the Constitution or something like that. They just don't like the fact that these people are actually ruling for the Constitution, actually
Which is
limiting
the law.
government power. Yes. Now, if they did that all the time, I would be even happier because you would be able to bring suit, get the NFA completely thrown out, and it wouldn't even be an issue. But I don't think the Supreme Court, I don't think, maybe Thomas has the balls to do it, but I don't think any other judge on the Supreme Court has the balls to actually go against the NFA, no matter how unconstitutional it is.
His wife, Ginny Thomas, of course, was very much involved in the Stop the Steal effort, the efforts to overturn the 2020 election and things along those lines. Also, she is accusing Justice Alito as well of refusing to recuse himself from certain cases of which he may have a conflict of interest. So these are very specific accusations that Ocasio-Cortez is leveling against these two Supreme Court justices. It comes at a time where Democrats are getting increasingly frustrated about the direction of.
You know, she's actually cute until she opens her mouth. So maybe if you could just get her to wear a ball gag the whole time.
Coop, I hate to say it, but how many times where do you think that mouth's been from?
Oh, God, man. Yeah, you're right.
And she's also a donkey, all right? She's got a donkey mouth for a reason.
All I said was she's decently cute. And then you have to bring reality into this situation and completely crush me. Thank you.
The court, obviously, the decisions that this court has rendered over the past couple of months, but also the conduct of these Supreme Court justices and the lack of oversight that they apparently seem to have without any kind of specific code of ethics that they must follow.
Now, I do need to say that this motion will not pass the House, which of course has a slim Republican majority. But that is not a reason not to exercise what power you do have to draw attention to a serious issue. And the issue of these conservative justices abusing their positions absolutely warrants attention.
Again, that's their issue with these guys, is they're conservative. They actually believe in Constitution, constitutional rights, somewhat constitutional restraints on government power. That's the left's issue with this. And this guy looks like his mouth has been in the exact same place as Ocasio-Cortez's has.
And look at that tight-ass suit he's wearing. Fucking A, man.
Remember, House Republicans have spent the last 16 months investigating Joe Biden for quite literally nothing. There is zero.
He just said that.
He just said it. Yeah, I told you.
He just said it. I know, but it's like seeing a train wreck war. You know, you told me about the train wreck, and I was like, oh, that's bad. And then I see the video of the train wreck, and I'm like, oh, that's horrible. Yes.
Zero evidence of any crime. And what evidence they have brought forward has blown up in their faces, including a 1023 form that was filled out by someone who would ultimately turn out to be a peddler of Russian disinformation who would be indicted by the FBI for lying. And yet still, for more than a year, Republicans have perpetuated the narrative that Joe Biden is corrupt by virtue of these hearings that they've held. And in doing so, they've convinced a whole half of the country that he's done something wrong, even though, again, there doesn't exist a shred of evidence.
You know, if he goes into the fact that he was playing chess with Joe Biden yesterday, and Joe Biden was so good at chess, he just kicked his ass in 3 moves and did a front handspring off the bench and high-fived somebody and did a basketball dunk. That's about what he's saying right here.
evidence to actually back up their claims. But that is how using one's platform can influence the narrative. And that was for something completely baseless. Imagine if Democrats used their platform when legitimate corruption existed, which is exactly the case with these Supreme Court justices. So good on AOC for using what limited power we have from the minority and highlighting an issue that absolutely needs to be highlighted. In fact, it's not just AOC. Just yesterday, her fellow Senate Democrats, Sheldon Whitehouse and Ron Wyden, sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland requesting that he appoint a special counsel to determine whether Clarence Thomas violated ethics and false statement and tax laws. The request for a criminal investigation is over gifts that he received that included travel, a loan for a recreation.
Both of those guys, especially Sheldon Whitehouse and what's his face, Wyden. I would love to see those guys audited. I would love to see how their investments changed before a vote that they've had. I'd really love to see. I'd love to see how much funding they've got from George Soros,
Mike Bloomberg.
Yeah, or Bloomberg, because they get funded by him constantly. You can't watch a hearing with Sheldon Whitehouse without him talking about the dark money in politics, and he's getting funneled so much money from these leftist groups. It's just not even fucking funny.
This is literally the people that got a fucking cork up their ass and are living in a fucking skyscraper and saying kumbaya, I'll just muck my day and go on whatever I'm doing.
Recreational vehicle and other benefits from wealthy benefactors, which of course included instances of jet travel, yacht trips, home renovations, tuition, luxury sports tickets, lodging, among other gifts not disclosed on his financial forms. According to their letter, Whitehouse and Wyden went on to explain that the failure to disclose these gifts and payments may have violated a federal law requiring government officials to disclose gifts, loans, and other benefits. They also want to know if Thomas's benefactors paid gift taxes and whether Leonard Leo's payment to Ginny Thomas was part of a coordinated gift program or required any additional disclosure.
You want to know how the Supreme Court handles a lot of recusals and stuff? All the justices come together, case is laid out, and the judge goes, all right, guys, do I need to recuse? And they go, no. And he goes, okay, well, then we're doing this shit. That's basically how it happens.
Disclosures by the justice. And look, same deal. Will Merrick Garland appoint a special counsel to investigate Clarence Thomas per the request on this letter? Your guess is as good as mine. The fact that he hasn't done so thus far is a testament to his unwillingness to actually be has been marked by his.
Did he just say Merrick Garland was kind of refusing to use the power that he had? This dude literally just said that.
His reticence to hold power to account. Consider the fact that the DOJ has prosecuted more than 1,000 January 6th insurrectionists and yet zero responsible for actually inciting them, which is not to say that the rioters shouldn't be held to account because they absolutely should, but the notion that the foot soldiers should be prosecuted when no one who actually incited them to be there really does betray the government's.
Because the ones who actually incited the violence are all feds, you numbnuts.
Fear to actually wield some power and send a message, which I would argue is the most important point, because unless the people at the top are held to account, there is no disincentive to do it again. And that is the important part. There will always be suckers and rubes out there who Republicans can get good and angry and incite to violence. And we're seeing that right now, even with the ongoing prosecutions. But so long as the folks at the top know that they're untouchable, which
yeah, he calls out Republicans, so-called Republicans, for being violent. I would be interested to pick this dude's brain on 2018, 2019, 2020, when BLM, Antifa, and a whole lot of other leftist groups were burning cities down. Republicans are rubes that get incited to violence. Dude, you literally have not been punched in the face enough.
seems to be the case right now, they will keep using violence as a political tool, and that is the most dangerous part. The point I'm trying to make is that even if these articles don't amount to impeachment, that doesn't mean we don't try. Take, for example, what Dick Durbin said after the upside-down flag incident with the Alitos. He said,
Oh,
quote,
this
"No, we
fucking
haven't
thing
got
again."
anything planned. I think he's explained his situation. The American public understand what he did, but I don't think there's much to be gained with a hearing at this point. I think he should recuse himself from cases involving Trump and his administration. And if Alito refuses..."
So basically what that amounts to is if you believe in the Constitution, limited government, you need to recuse yourself from all cases involving the government because you just might rule against the government when they're doing unconstitutional shit. I need to get into leftist translating and just go ahead and start writing books on it.
Refuses to recuse voluntarily, Durbin said, quote, "There's no recourse other than impeachment, and we're not at that point at all. And with all due respect, that is dead wrong. Just because you don't foresee an easy route to the end result you want doesn't mean you just allow corruption to continue."
How about much like in the Seventh Circuit, when we take all of these judges that refuse to uphold the Second Amendment and just impeach their asses because they are actually doing something that's unconstitutional.
That's the 7th. How about the 4th?
In my opinion, they're doing worse. Yeah. In my opinion, they are doing worse than a high crime or a misdemeanor when they're absolutely refusing to uphold their oath to uphold the Constitution. And now that's of their state constitution. And then, of course, when it moves to the circuit courts, then it's the federal Constitution. But yeah, how about we impeach them? How about we take any judge who has upheld an unconstitutional law and we impeach their ass forthwith? Here we go.
And not to mention, they got to pay reparations for the fucking damages.
Oh, yeah. Dude, especially if they have convicted someone under an unconstitutional law. Yes. If they have upheld convictions for an unconstitutional law, absolutely. They should go to prison for the amount of time that they sent other people to prison for, on top of having to pay restitution and pain and suffering and damages.
Worst case scenario, if you have these hearings, the American people can get a better sense of the corruption and ramp up the pressure to do something about it. Maybe we pass an ethics bill as a result of this. Maybe we get a majority in the next Congress, and then there's a predicate already to execute a successful impeachment. But the only way we get there is if we start this process now, and it is a process that is worth starting. Good governance isn't just seeing that we don't have a majority and throwing your hands up in the air while allowing corruption to continue. Good governance is taking it on head on, doing the right
I think this guy takes a lot of things head on.
thing and being willing to fight, even if it's not going to be an easy avenue to get there. And until we start acting with some urgency, we're not just allowing corruption to continue, we are actually encouraging it. So good on AOC for taking action, good on White House and Wyden for taking action, and if any more Democrats do the right thing, especially as it relates to the Supreme Court, then I'll highlight them too. We need there to be an incentive structure for Democrats to do the right thing. So call AOC's office in DC and thank
the misinformation business. If it'll get me 284 million subscribers, or 2,800,000 and whatever thousand subscribers, whatever it is. I really need to get into the misinformation business. Pump up the numbers, you know. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
This is the reality we're living, dude.
It's goddamn clown world, man, and we're fucking stuck in the car with them. It's fucking.
Yeah, we're literally driving along, and we got a fucking lion and tiger in the back end. We're trying to survive on the fucking freeway.
Take it easy, Chess. I'll be here to raise your blood pressure up again shortly. Don't worry about it.
But yeah.
Oh, it's absolute insanity. It really is.
I need to break off all this shit, man.
Dude, yeah, the problem is, and again, which makes it even worse, is we're in that election couple of months now. And we've got Uncle Sniffy driving the car.
Now, senile Sniffy.
And I still think he steps down at the DNC. I still think so.
They're going to try to push 25th Amendment on Kamala.
Nah, what I still think what happens is because Kamala can't just like shift to the president position. Well, she
Congress
could have
has settled on it.
she could have say Biden had a medical issue and Biden steps down before the election, right? Then yes, vice president is the next one in line. However, Biden wait till the DNC and then go, I'm not running. I'm going to finish out my term. I think he takes Harris out of the race with him. I still think they try to move Newsom in for the presidential candidate. Harris tries to go for the governor of California. And Biden pardons Hunter on his way out the door.
And you got RFK Jr. on a possible slim chance he might be going in the race.
I really, from what I've looked at in the last little while, because look at the loudest voices that are out there actually trying to defend Biden in a lot of cases. And the next one is Whitmer.
Oh, God, the fucking bitch from fucking Michigan.
There is a serious possibility of ending up with a Newsom Whitmer ticket.
That fucking bitch in Michigan, man.
Oh, dude, I was watching it earlier today.
Yeah, they passed some unconstitutional legislation up there. I'm well aware of that.
I was listening to it. I was working on a bunch of equipment and trying to get some stuff taken care of over at the shop. And Gretchen Whitmer was doing an interview, I think, on Morning Joe of all places. And she was still trying to run that old line about how there were people that wanted to kidnap her and all that. Never mind the fact that it really got outed as a Fed plot all the way through. And she was playing the victim card up hard for that. There was another one. Hell, you made me think about it, and then I lost my damn train of thought. There was another one I was going to show you.
Yeah. I got to hop off anyways, though, Boom. I got to get some rest.
All right, well, get some rest, brother. I might hang out for a couple more minutes, and I'm going to bounce.
Yep, and we got a show Friday, you said?
Dude, I'm thinking probably later Friday night. We'll do the paranormal stream you've been wanting to do.
Okay, and yeah, it's last time I told you, it's a diamond-shaped fucking UFO that's been going on across America, apparently.
I've looked at some of the stuff you sent me. I got to look into more of it. But what I'll probably do Friday night is just kind of have you run the show.
Well, like I said, I'll show you which ones I'm talking about, and we'll start from there because UFO Hunters actually does a deep dive on this case.
Yeah.
Wartime stories and parts on it, and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I want your picture and understand where I'm coming from, because if this fucking object exists, then why is it that the U.S. Army is covering it up?
Dude, they've covered up shit like that forever.
Anyways, we'll get more on matter on it on Friday. All right, so we'll talk.
Yeah, man.
And let's just try to keep our sanity together as long as possible. And we got like what, 4 more months.
My sanity is so shot out at this point. It ain't even funny. It's fucking toast. It was on life support like 4 years ago. Now it's just shot.
It's why I posted that Jimmy Hoffa video there, Coop.
Yeah. My sanity got unplugged from the ventilator about 4 years ago.
I'm surrounded by fucking morons.
Oh man, it's like fucking Spaceballs. I'm surrounded by assholes. Great. Now I got to go find that clip.
Anyways, you have a good night, y'all.
Yeah. Have a good night, brother. We'll catch you after a while.
Yep.
All right, guys, give me just a sec. Let me take care of one thing real fast, and then hell, we'll look up another couple clips that I saw earlier. Any of you not acquainted with the Young Turks, we're gonna acquaint you with them because it's absolutely hysterical. So yeah, give me just a sec. All right, let's see. Oz is back. Till I find this other thing, let me throw my shiny face on camera again. Cheers, everybody. I don't know. You guys tell me in the chat. What do you guys think is going to happen with this? Do you think Sniffy steps down, or do you think Sniffy stays in? To me, it's going to be damn interesting. I've got to do a video. I've got to do a video later about. Oh, it's not going to fucking. Camera's washing it out. I put a Creality, the CR Touch, on my ender the other night. Kind of help with bed leveling. So far, looks like I got it about dialed in. It's getting close. Quite a few more things to print. Here, show you a couple. So it's one of the dragon skulls from Skyrim. So that one was only printed at like 20%. I'm using those as kind of test prints. So I did that a little larger, but did it at like 50-something%. I still got to clean all the freaking supports and stuff off of it. I'm going to see how that one turned out. So far, I'm getting some stringing, but the overall print is better. I'll say that. One sec, Coop? What you mean one sec, Z? And hell, if anybody wanted, man, if you guys wanted to come hang out for a couple minutes, I'll throw a link in the chat if you guys want. Which I know Red Dawn's on right now. And of course, my signal's acting stupid again. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, I should have posted Red Dawn's channel already. Because they've been going for a while. But Red Dawn, I'll throw him in the chat. Red Dawn always has some really good streams with some really, really interesting guys. So I'll throw him out there in case anybody is not sub to him and wants to catch him. They're auctioning off official ballot printers and AC. I could see that happening. For sure. Especially since they got caught on a whole lot more cheating shit not too long back, and now they're just like washing their hands of that. Nope, never happened. Of course, Georgia did too. Georgia's had a lot of stuff lately with the voting irregularities, the cheating that happened in Georgia. But yeah, there's that. I wonder. Let me see where they put out anything new. They put out something new I haven't watched. We'll watch it just because it's Young Turks, and I like seeing these motherfuckers melt down. Oh, this ought to get interesting. Hold on. So I'm playing video again. I'm going to put my camera down. There we go. So apparently, and we're fixing to learn the story right here, White House staffers are getting subpoenaed to talk about Biden's health care. This ought to be fun.
That
And just to give you guys kind of an introduction on the Young Turks, okay? They basically made the Justice Democrat movement. They are progressive Democrat to the max. Now, what's funny is old girl right here starting this off, and I haven't watched this yet, but old girl right here is starting this off. Anna, has actually had a couple of I don't know, actual relevant thoughts in the last little while, where she's basically found out that the government's full of shit and lying to them, and well, maybe well, I won't get into all of it, but other than that, Anna's a fucking complete leftist lunatic. And I seriously think the only reason that she stays on that show is because Chank, the one who runs it, just really wants to bang her, but she won't give it up. So he's just keeping her there in the wings, hoping one day she'll drop them panties.
The idiotic Democrats who have been providing cover for Joe Biden, gaslighting the American people about his cognitive decline, are certainly helping Republicans. Republicans want Biden to stay in the race. They will be attacked, by the way, in various political ads if they continue to provide cover for Biden. And to be sure, some of those political ads have already been made. And now we're hearing that the House Oversight Committee, led by Republican lawmaker James Comer, have begun subpoenaing White House staffers to get some answers about.
Now, the sad thing is we know these White House staffers. Yes, she does. You know, these White House staffers are going to go in there and completely be like, well, you know, I don't quite remember that. And, oh, Joe Biden, he just, in my opinion, they always throw something like that in there. In my opinion, seems like he's on top of it and completely lie their asses off. Well, I'll tell you what, that's one thing that could happen. Because I still think this is all part of the plan to get rid of Biden. Biden would have stepped down years ago if it wasn't for the fact that Cankles Kamala, the cackles, wasn't so absolutely unlikable, where no one on the Democrat side likes the hoe. So I think Biden's kind of been locked in. He's got to be there, because if not, she's there. So that's one of the reasons I say I think he steps down at the DNC. He says, I'm going to finish my term out. Me and Kamala were yada yada. But in the DNC, we're going to step down after this term. So I think a lot of this is all planned. It's all fucking show.
Biden's mental health, about his health overall. Now, are they doing this because they're genuinely concerned about Biden?
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's laughable, of course. No, they're doing it because they want to milk the cognitive decline as best they can to increase their chances of taking control, not only of the executive branch with Donald Trump becoming president again, but also to ensure that.
Dude, these people talking about the right wanting to milk the cognitive decline of Biden, Uncle Sniffy, you know, basically putting it out there that, no, you know, Democrats, oh, we'd never do stuff like that, never, you know, beat up the poor old man. Go back and look how they talked about Reagan. Go back and look at part of the debates and stuff for Reagan where they tried to attack him for being old and senile. Matter of fact, in Biden's debate, he tried to pull a Reagan moment in that debate. And in one of the debates with Reagan, guy picked on his age and he basically made a joke out of it. Biden tried that and then failed miserably. But he was trying to do the whole Reagan thing. Why? Because Democrats were all over him about his age and his mental acuity.
Republican candidates in congressional races defeat Democrats. And so, yeah, they're going to milk this. They're going to milk it for all it's worth. And you're seeing it play out right now with the latest news about this subpoena. And so according to Axios, Oversight Committee, the Oversight Committee chaired by James Comer, issued subpoenas to First Lady Jill Biden's top aide, Anthony Bernal, Deputy Chief of Staff, Annie Tomasini, and Senior Advisor, Ashley Williams. Now, will they follow through with the subpoena? I have no idea how that's going to play out. But what the House Oversight Committee wants is a hearing. As we all know, congressional lawmakers on both sides of the political aisle are less interested in legislating and more interested in holding hearings for political purposes. And that's what the House Oversight Committee is doing here. It's election season. Again, they're going to milk this issue as much as they possibly can. So this has become just an albatross around the necks of the Democratic Party and members of the Democratic Party. And they're just gonna, for the most part, privately whine about it, but publicly pretend like everything's okay. And
this is where I come down to another theory in all of my watchings. The most vehement, ardent defenders of Biden right now are not defending Biden. They are trying like hell for a VP position or a presidential position. They're not defending Biden. These people all know Biden's been shot out for years. Since before he ran in 1819, they know the guy's been a shot out ass racist long before then. So when you see Gavin Newsom get up there and Gavin's just defending the shit out of Joe Biden, and Whitmer gets up and she's defending the shit out of Joe Biden, all they're doing is jockeying for political position. These people are lying dead to your face so that they can step in when Biden steps down and they can go, well, I supported Joe Biden the entire way, but since he's stepping down, they asked me and I said I didn't want it, but I've got to go ahead and take it because I've got to be here for the country and uphold Joe Biden's legacy. And I swear to God, if that shit gets said by these people on TV in the next little while when Biden steps down, I won't do a happy dance, but there will probably be a whole lot of I told you so's. Because I'm wrong more than I'm right. Just saying. I freely admit that. It's the reason I don't gamble.
that Biden's our guy and we're gonna stick by him no matter what. Insane. Comer stated in the letters to those individuals who were subpoenaed that he is concerned, but mostly he says that he's concerned that they've taken it upon themselves to run the country while the president cannot. And honestly, I am personally concerned about that myself because I know that this is a representative democracy. I know that you.
So I know the video is looking a little choppy right now, but is her audio coming through clear? Where she just said we were a representative democracy. Yeah, Mike. At least that's where my thoughts are at on this entire fucking clown show going right now. And I go back to the Hur report. So it was admitted in the hearings for the Hur report that Biden and them got to see the report before it even came out. They had the opportunity to go in there and tell her, no, you need to take that out of that report. You need to word that differently. Something that wouldn't have came out to Joe Biden's a doddering old man that a jury wouldn't convict. No, you need to take that out. So they had the opportunity to change that. That comes out. Then all of a sudden it's, Biden gaffe. Then all of a sudden it's, let's go ahead and stick that fucking demented old patient on the stage with Trump because he ran from Trump forever. Then he gets smacked around. Now it's, I'm staying in the race, good of the country. This is all part of the fucking plan. It's political goddamn theater. And the Young Turks, they're just a fucking cog in the wheel. The night when Trump actually won the election, and again, I voted for Trump. I wasn't a huge Trump fan, but I voted for him. The night of the election and Trump won, or when Trump won, these people had an absolute meltdown. And it was absolutely beautiful. You got to understand, the Young Turks, okay, the Justice Democrats. So they want people like AOC. What's his name that just lost his runoff up in New York with AOC? Jamal Bowman. They're huge Bernie Sanders supporters. That's the political spectrum that these people line up on. So in other words, everything that is actually antithetical to freedom and rights.
Elect the president, the person you prefer, who then appoints people. I get that. But there are decisions that lie with the chief, like the chief executive of the country, okay, the president of the United States. And a lot of those decisions have to do with foreign policy, military decisions. I am not comfortable with people like Anthony Blinken making those decisions, okay? I'm just not.
Yeah, dude, they make serious money off this absolute horseshit propaganda that they run. I wish I made 1/10 of what they make.
And
you got to admit, I am way more fun to watch. Just saying.
I look at what's happening in Gaza right now, and it should worry every single Democrat that this war is playing out in Gaza. We're sending tens of billions of dollars to Israel as this war plays out in Gaza. We're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. Who's making these decisions? Is it Joe Biden? I have no idea, but it does not inspire confidence. At least it doesn't inspire confidence if you refuse to be a partisan hack and are more interested in the future of the country, and you're more interested in ensuring that we have an executive branch with a leader who can think straight. This is just all so insane. And obviously, again, I want to reiterate, Republicans aren't doing this because they're concerned about Biden's health. They're doing it because they want to exploit Biden's condition for their own political purposes. And that's exactly what they should be doing as Biden's political opponents.
So that's
you might hate it.
That's the new way of saying Republicans pounce. Fucking people, man.
But this is all predictable. All of it is predictable. And they're already attacking Democrats who have gone on the record to provide cover for Biden. Here's one of the examples.
Everything we have to do with
what would you have Joe Biden do to make the case that he's not an elderly, well-meaning gentleman?
People are going to see it in the campaign.
No question he's prepared to do this job today and would be were he reelected.
I have a lot of confidence in his leadership. I have a lot of confidence in his leadership.
No question he's prepared to do this job today.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped build TYT into the media to accomplish anything. Support our.com/team. Well, Bob Casey, I hope it was worth it. Because now Bob Casey, Democrat running in Congress, obviously getting attacked for lying to voters about Biden's condition. Some Democratic voters are going to vote for Biden no matter what. Not all of them, though. And again, elections come down to swing voters, independent voters, and they don't have this ridiculous loyalty to one party or the other.
Yeah. I think she stripped her Ukraine flag. But all these people calling out the media right now for, they've been covering up for Biden. Yeah, they have. And you guys were part of the ones fucking doing it. For democracy. Democracy and freedom can't live in the same plane. They can't. Democracy is slavery to the masses. That is the reason that our founders said that democracy was a bigger threat to liberty than a standing army. It's the reason when they asked Ben Franklin, I think it was, what'd you give it? He said, republic if you can keep it. Well, we lost that shit a long fucking time ago. We're just fighting over the fucking ashes of it right now.
And they're not going to be persuaded by some of the arguments that we're hearing from the Democratic side, where they're just pretending like we should ignore the fact that the polls indicate Biden's gonna lose to Trump, while they fearmonger about Trump dismantling our democratic process. Well, if you're worried about Donald Trump dismantling our democratic process, you would try to prevent him from winning the election. The way you do that is ensuring that the strongest possible Democrat runs against him. We're not seeing that right now. We're not even headed in that direction right now. Some are arguing that
No, let me tell you something. When you have Pennsylvania, Michigan, I think North Carolina, and a couple other states, Oregon fucking gone, Washington's gone, California's gone. When you have all these other states that have voted, or actually not really voted on, but have made it legal for more drop boxes, made it legal for more mail-in ballots, have loosened any kind of checks on whether or not someone is a legal citizen that votes, or whether it is even their vote that's turned in. So ballot harvesting, things like that. When you have all these states that have basically ensured that cheating is going to happen, I think the major part of the Democrat Party is already so sure that they're going to win this next election. It almost doesn't matter whether they keep Biden or whether they do swap him out for the Newsom Whitmer ticket, because they're sure the fix is in. What'd you say, Chess? Oh shit, dude, I have to check that out. Thank you, brother. Just bought a domain name. Dude, Z, how much? I got to look into buying an actual domain name at some point. There's a couple that I would like to do.
Oh, Biden's days are definitely
But I'm not
numbered.
a
He's eventually
techie,
going to
so-
drop out. I'm not sure. And I think it's important to let you guys know that I'm not sure, rather than just make a declarative prediction about what the future holds. Right now, things are not looking good for Democrats, and this is all their own making.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We also love it if you hit the join button below, because that makes you a member, and members are...
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's have a little bit more fun, and then I got to get out. $20 and up. Okay, I've thought about it, and I haven't got into necessarily doing any research on it to see. But there's a couple that I'd like to look into and see. Now, Coleon Noir going for that clickbait on this one, because that girl got a booty. Sorry, I flipped YouTube back open, and the thumbnail for Coleon Noir. Yeah, that chick is fine. Oh, what do we want to do? You guys all know who Morning Joe is, right? They're basically the Democrat cucks that'll do anything to promote Democrats. Now, I will say this. Where is... Hold on. It was just a little bit before the debate. Joe Scarborough and Mika were just defending the shit out of Joe Biden. To the point where Joe got on there and he was like, you don't think Joe Biden said it, well, F you. And then the morning after the debate, he was basically trying to commit suicide on the TV. But his wife was still there, old Mika, trying like hell to defend Joe Biden. Oh, dude, which one do I want to do? There's a couple. Oh, this is a... Yeah, good deal, Chess. I appreciate that, brother. Oh yeah, he is about to commit suicide, and Mika's just panicking her ass off right now. Let's see. I thought they had a whole. Hold on. Let me do this. See if I can find this clip real fast. 12 days ago. This might be it. So yeah, we're going to watch it. If this is the right clip, we're going to watch this. And then we'll go to the day after the debate, where Joe is contemplating suicide. Just because I love making fun of these damn government cucks.
What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America.
No, that's not it. This was the morning after the debate. So let's watch this.
Well, I think I should start by saying, without any apologies, that I love Joe Biden and Jill, and I will gladly debate anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere over the issue of whether Joe Biden has been the most effective president in passing bipartisan legislation.
He has been the most effective president since probably Jimmy Carter at absolutely destroying America. So don't just tell me that he's been effective. Tell me why, and I already know why. Yep, Mike, that was another good one.
And expanding NATO and responding to the rising threat coming from China by
the rising Chet threat. I mean, I could see you stumbling over that. Hell, I stumble over plenty of shit, but I'm also not reading off of the script.
Flexing America's strength around China by having the strongest economy in the world, bar none, the strongest economy.
Now, if you measure an economy's strength in its inflation and the price increases and the lack of jobs and unemployment, if all those things are high, do you think that means it's a strong economy? Well, then, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, Joe. Did anything happen with the dead intern from his office? Did anything?
Economy actually relative to the rest of the world in 50, 60, 70 years, the strongest dollar in half a century.
Oh, God, I forgot how bad this was. Yes, he literally just lied. That the dollar is stronger than it's been in half a century. A half a century, 50 years. What were prices like 50 years ago? I'm only 47, so that's kind of before me. I can still remember 98 cents a gallon gas, 98.99, somewhere around there. Maybe even a little lower in some cases, talking in the 80 cents. And that is because our dollar was stronger, so you could actually buy more with a single dollar. But yeah, the dollar's stronger than. Oh, fuck me running, man. If this is where you get your programming every day, it's no wonder the goddamn NPCs on Twitter about make me want to have a fucking stroke sometimes.
The strongest military relative to the rest of the world, I would argue, and many others would argue, since 1945. I think his presidency has been an unqualified success.
Disaster.
If, however, you believe.
This is where I wish I had really cool editing and I could find that clip that I don't think, what is it? It's from that movie. I don't think that word means what you think it means. No, I don't. Joe. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, a can of soda was 25 cents. Yeah. Go get a fucking 3-liter for $1. I don't know how stupid you actually have to be to believe what's falling out of his fucking face right now. But I'm amazed anybody that believes that actually remembers how to breathe. Only problem is they remember how to breathe and they breathe a lot. So that's our issue. Thank you, Chessboard. Appreciate it, brother. Damien, what's up, brother, man? And AR Patriot checking in. What's up, AR?
Believe, as do I, and as do so many people who watch this program and who fear just how dark of a place a second Donald Trump term will take America.
Just came through, Chess. Thank you, man.
Then I think it's critical that we ask the same questions about this man I love, respect,
blow,
and whose public service in saving this country from Donald Trump over the last 3.5 years, I honor and always will.
Good to see you too, AR.
I think we have to ask the same questions of him that we have asked of Donald Trump.
I'm the same as always, Damien.
Since
You know me.
2016, and that is, if he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation,
You know, the only company I could see keeping Joe Biden on as the freaking CEO, Glock. Many innovations are out. What are we going to do? Just make another model. 17, 24, 36. What is that reference? It sure ain't the goddamn caliber. Just a fucking throw a number against the wall. 43. We're going to make our 44 a 22. Yeah.
America, keep him on as CEO. If this were Donald Trump, time and time again, we talked about the Goldwater. Where's the Barry Goldwater?
Let me pull the...
To walk over and tell Richard Nixon it was over, to tell Donald Trump it was over. And now do Democrats need to do the same thing of Joe Biden? I mean, these are hard questions, but the fact is, friends, failure is just not an option. In 2024, failure is not an option. So who I love, who I respect, who I revere for their work and their duty to service over their lifetime really is not relevant. It's not relevant for any of us. It's not relevant for Democratic leaders. It's not relevant for anyone. The question is, can anyone, and I will win, I will discuss 3.5 years. He can run the White House. He can run the country effectively, despite the barrage.
Dude, you couldn't actually debate me on Biden's record, not without getting absolutely fucking destroyed. So when he throws this stuff out there, oh, you debate me on Biden's record and that, and he blocked every fucking email that he could get. Nope, not taking that. Nope. Yeah, ain't doing it. I'll sit around and talk a whole lot of shit as long as everybody stops it from actually happening. That's where this dude's at.
Of lies that constantly come at him, like Donald Trump's lies last night. But can he run for president in 2024? Donald Trump lied over and over and over and over again. And Joe Biden couldn't respond to any of those lies. In fact, as the New York Times said, he spent much of the night with his mouth agape and his eyes darting back and forth.
And his pants absolutely full of shit.
Build custom industrial
machines. That
machine.
night, me and making it to the post office have not agreed with each other in the last little bit, but yeah, I still got to mail those out.
He couldn't fact check anything Donald Trump said. And not only that, he missed one layup after another after another.
Take it easy, Al. We'll catch you later, brother.
To Donald Trump trying to overthrow American democracy on January 6th. He couldn't respond effectively to Donald Trump's continued stream of lies about his own record. And he couldn't even respond effectively on the issue of abortion, where for some reason he darted wildly to the issue of immigration. And on immigration, as I said yesterday morning, any Democrat that can't turn to their Republican opponent and blast them for killing the strongest, toughest border bill in the history of
the fact that he can say that like that is absolute proof that the vast majority of Americans pay no attention whatsoever to what's in these bills. Flying Rich said it all the time. If it was, a bill about saving puppies, they'd actually be killing puppies. Yes, that's what happens in these bills. So when he says this was going to be the toughest border bill, no, it wasn't. You basically were just legalizing the invasion of America. We'll shut down the border if number reaches how many 100,000? Okay. And then they'd open it right back up the next day. I mean, it was basically giving people enough time to get across the border and go to another fucking state. It's just, it is so ridiculous.
America, drafted by a right-wing senator from Oklahoma, may not be up to the job. And so that's the question. I know people are waiting and say, oh, and David Plouffe, I have such great respect for David Plouffe. He said we need to wait 3 or 4 days because Donald Trump really turned off swing voters in a lot of focus groups once they saw him again. And that makes a lot of sense. But the door was opened so many times. This race should not be close. We've been asking, why is this race close? We have no idea why this race is close. We saw last night why this race has been close and why I fear Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States unless things change. And I will say, Mika, the one thing that I know that you believe it may have been because he was sick, and I'm open to that.
God. Okay. They try to blame it on Biden. Oh, he had a cold. Then they went to jet lag, and then they said he was overprepared. If he's got to pick the phone up to handle some world issue going on, is he the dude you want answering the phone? No. You wonder why all of our enemies around the world basically mock the shit out of us these days and do whatever they want? It's because his doddering old ass is the one who's in charge. Yeah, it's... Dude, I felt like I was on death's doorstep having to do stuff a couple of times in my life. I could still give someone a coherent answer. Joe Biden had a cold. And it was probably COVID that he's had like 4 other fucking times, even with his 8 jabs he's probably on.
Fact, because I'll just say, as I've said on the show, I spent 3 hours with this man, maybe back in March. 3 hours, cogent, on top of the issues.
You know he's
on
lying.
Top of every issue around the world. And last night, he simply was not on the biggest debate stage ever. And I think what surprised me and what surprised a lot of people very close to Joe Biden is the fact that this man always rises to the occasion. And last night was sadly for him, and I believe for Democrats in this country. And again, if you believe what's at stake at this election is what we believe is at stake, I'll even use the word tragically did not rise to the occasion last night.
Okay. So as you can see, you won't see us spinning here on Morning Joe at all.
Everything he just said was spinning. Maybe they don't think merry-go-rounds go around in circles, or the carousels with horses on them go around in circles. He's doing everything to lube up the dildo before he sits on it.
But let me tell you what I believe, and then we'll go to Willie. Biden had a terrible night. He could not land a thought, not even in the closing statement, which is something.
I got to poke fun at Rich right now because Biden landed that thought about like flying Rich Land's airplanes. He crashed, but he survived. Everybody else maybe didn't survive, but he did. Love you, Rich. See this.
That's the easiest part. Write down a few words, go through them, go through the thoughts. And while I validate the chaos and hysteria Democrats might be feeling, anybody who cares about democracy might be feeling, anybody who cares about women's rights and our safety and our lives might be feeling, totally understand that. And at the same time as the night was over and I was hearing you on the phone and all our phones were exploding, I just had this gut feeling that I'm not ready to give up on Joe Biden, not even close. Joe Biden has lost more in his life than he has won in every way, especially politically. This man has lost and lost. And the only time that he wins is when it matters. And that is, we have proof of that. He has lost in personal ways.
Oh, man. The amount of copium right here. There's not a hookah, a hash pipe, a bong big enough for this amount of copium she's putting out right here. There's just not. You could take an entire field of weed, pack it into a swimming pool with a giant 10-inch pipe coming out of it, reduce it all the way down to where someone could actually fit it in their mouth. So with Kamala Harris, that's at least 10 inches around. And you could not hit copium as hard as they're hitting, or hit weed as hard as they're hitting this copium.
Yes. He has lost and hit rock bottom in every way possible. And every time he comes back fighting. So for me, watching what happened last night, again, it was terrible. It was terrible. There's no way to spin it. I still wonder what he's going to look like in a week. I wonder if he was sick. He came out on the stage and I thought something was wrong.
Yeah, it's called dementia. Fuck, we've seen it for years now. Are you just now noticing? Fuck, what's that giant hole in the ground? It's the Grand Canyon, bitch. Been here for a long time.
I still believe he's the best choice for this country, even with that performance last night, because he was standing next to a man who represents fascism, who doesn't believe in this country, and would not even agree to the results of this election if.
Oh, again. Oh, lady. He said he would agree if it was a fair and honest election, unlike 2020, which definitely wasn't a free and fair election. And in the last couple of years, you have seen some states actually stay on the ball about tracking down the election fraud. And the states that have, you have seen massive reports about massive cheating. Hey, Fulton County, like to talk to you about that water main. Just fucking God. If this is where if these are the idiots you get your programming from, you are absolutely a non-playable character. You're running off a real bad update. For sure. But you're damn sure not someone with a rational brain that can think for themselves.
They were free and fair to him.
Right,
a man who has incited a riot, a man who tried to overturn the election, a man who's liable of sexual abuse, a man who is a fraudster, a man who is a convicted felon. So many times Joe Biden has hit rock bottom. Last night was one of them. And I'm just not going to jump to conclusions here and jump on the hysteria train. I am rocked a little bit by it, didn't like it, was really worried, but I really truly believe in him as a president and as a human.
I don't think I've ever heard her voice that shaky before. But then again, if you believe that Joe Biden is this rock solid dude, we could take the Wayback Machine and go through all of the video and audio on C-SPAN where he's a complete racist prick, sexist asshole. How about the sexual assaults that he's committed? How about the fact that the Secret Service didn't want female agents around him because he was handsy and like to try to swim nude? If you believe Joe Biden is this stand-up dude, you're boss level NPC. You're the NPC after everybody beats all the other NPCs, and you come in and you kill everybody that beat the NPC, kind of boss level shit. Yes, she did. Before she became the VP.
Hey
there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and
let me stop sharing that real fast. Let me see whether I can find the original clip that I wanted to show. So that was 12 days ago. So it had to have been at least 14. Unless they've just completely wiped it off the fucking map. No, it wasn't 1 year ago. You would think that would come up quick. Because it was just a week or so ago. Where in the hell is this clip at? I know it's there. I watched it. But it's so far back in my damn history, about 12 days ago, I got about as much chance of finding it there as I do here. There's one morning on Morning Joe I say that 3 times fast. Where Joe was defending Biden, and he was like, if you don't believe Biden can do this, well, then F you. And I want to find that exact freaking clip. Hold on, let me try. Narrowing some search terms here. And see. Oh, that ought to be funny to watch. Let's see. That's another creator's video. 9 days, 10 days, 12 days, 12. It should. Damn, I watch too much horse shit. It's no wonder I freaking drink and smoke too much. Is it this one? Hold on. Give me a sec. I think I might have found it. Okay, we'll watch this one anyway. It's starting off too good. So this should have been just a couple of days before the debate. Taco, what is up, brother man? Hey, good night, Z. Take it easy, my brother. We will catch you on the next one. And I got stuff I got to send you. I'll get around to it soon, I promise. All right, so let's do this one because this was just before the debate. Let's see. This says this was 3 weeks ago. This may not be the one I was looking for, but it's still the intensive defending of Joe Biden before they got to the debate, and then it came out on a national stage. Well, yeah, this guy is. Yeah, I was going to crash Warsaw, and then I decided to watch a couple things. I'm going to crash in the. Well, tell you what, I'm going to crash after I finish this. I need to. It's already. As long as I get to sleep for 1, I'm good.
White House is joining the Biden campaign in pushing back against recent video clips going viral that make President Biden look as though he's confused during public events and other appearances. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre blasted the use of the misleading videos, which are edited to make the president look bad and then circulated by right-wing media and allies. Take a look.
They are cheap.
Oh, this is where she gets in the whole cheap fake deal. Yeah, it's cheap fakes that Biden gets lost going from Marine One into the White House. It's cheap fakes that Biden gets lost at an event where he's supposed to be visiting, the ice cream shop. Just cheap fakes. Cheap fakes that Barack Obama had to lead his ass off stage. And then after the fucking debate, Jill Biden had to go lead him off stage. Cheap fakes. Hey, man, lurk or say hi, one of the two, Taco, but you always welcome. Trust me, I've been doing a lot of lurking in the last little while. I was lurking in Dark Stream last night, and then Tactical Turkeys before then. Yeah, do me some lurking too, trust me.
Cheap fakes video. They are done in bad faith, and some of your news organization have been very clear, have stressed that these the right wing critics of the president have a credibility problem because of the fact checkers have repeatedly caught them pushing misinformation, disinformation. I think that it tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here. And instead of talking about the president's performance in office, and what I mean by that is his legislative wins, what he's been able to do for the American people across the country, we're seeing these deep fakes, these manipulated videos. And it is, again, done in bad faith.
Wow.
That's all they've got.
The Republican accounts circulating many of the clips responded, claiming the videos are unedited and promised to keep posting them.
A lie.
And also just if something.
Listen to how hard these people have been exposed to Biden. They know what Biden has been for years. They get all the little background chatter from all the people who are plugged in. They know. But they thought Biden was going to come out on stage and be doped up enough to actually have a good performance. The problem is he was doped up and still had a fucking shitty performance.
Thing is unedited. It's
really
one
all
angle,
lies.
Not showing the whole story.
How about this, Mia? They lie about their lies, which of course you would expect liars to lie about their lies.
Oh, I mean, we're talking about Trump.
But they're lying about.
You ever, and an honest question for the crowd out there, have you ever known someone that lied so damn much that they had to try to throw shade off of someone else or off on someone else to kind of take the pressure off of their lies? Because that's what this is.
They're cheap fake. They're not
Washington
bad.
Post.
By the way, I got to say this one more time. They're only helping Joe Biden. They're only lowering expectations. They do it before every State of the Union address, and then afterwards, there's some doubt that Biden did well. They say he must have been on cocaine.
Now, maybe he got a bump from Hunter. Hunter's got plenty of
song
coke
in the background, but they're doing the same thing for the debate. They lower expectations.
Yeah.
They say he's like not cogent, and then he goes out and he does it.
And this is another thing I got to hit. I can't make it through these people's fucking broadcasts. The expectation of Biden on stage from Democrats was stay standing up and don't look like a doddering idiot. That's how low the bar was. And yet you guys want to talk about someone lowering expectations. You lower expectations of Biden quicker than the education department can lower fucking standardized test scores. Bunch of retards.
It's a really good job. And they're like, wait, what happened?
The Washington Post has reported about how these cheap fakes were used to attack Biden during his recent trip to Normandy. And we showed you last week the Trump campaign sharing a clip which appeared to show President wandering off from other world leaders before the Italian prime minister comes over to alert him about a group photo. But when you see the video from a different angle, you see the whole story. After a skydiver landed in front of the president and other leaders, President Biden turns to his left where there are troops. The president.
And if you throw two tennis balls for a Labrador and tell them to go after the right one and they go after the left one that you threw, well, it was still a tennis ball.
Appears to say something to them and gives them the thumbs up before he's tapped on the arm by the Italian prime minister. As these cheap fakes continue to circulate, there is growth. As one Democratic strategist and the fact check is taking a stroll on the beach. So it's never going to catch up and it's never going to have the same reach. And this is the problem.
This is how Democrats operate. It's just the old saying that, what a lie will make it around the world before the truth puts its pants on, which is that's kind of the thing this thing's going for. But it's the reason Democrats can throw these lies out there constantly and then gaslight someone else when they're actually calling out the truth. Because then you have suck-ups and sycophants like this who will sit there on Biden's nuts, being a little bit more polite than I wanted to be with that, while they sit there and protect him. Now, remember, this was a day or so before the debate. Then after the debate that we just watched, then you see the fucking meltdown.
And this is why, the debate, everything about this campaign will make somebody who is in support of democracy and perhaps would even choose Joe Biden over Donald Trump just in support of democracy, never going to have a chance against.
And here's another point I'd like to make for the crowd since she's talking about it. I am absolutely against democracy. I am all for republics. I'm all for representation. I'm absolutely against democracy because democracy is basically what we're living under now, which is mob rule by idiots, useful idiots who get their news from people like this and then run around and puke it up all over everybody else.
Lies, disinformation, and crazy insults.
Never going to have a chance. Michael Steele, I disagree. They will have a chance. In fact, if you look at Donald Trump's track record and Donald Trump's Republican Party over the last 7 years, they're 0-7. People who actually like American democracy are going to work harder. But they just have to work harder and get the word out that these people are lying. Not only is the RNC lying, but also mainstream media outlets are now all in.
For those of you guys who don't know Michael Steele was actually head of the RNC for a while. He was an absolute moron when he was doing that, an absolute rhino. And then when he got out, he decided to blow in MSNBC and move over there for a contributor position.
And on the lies.
Yeah, I think that's true. I agree with you, Joe, a little bit on that. It's the reality is a very stark one, and it's one that a number of us have been warning about for a while. You know what we haven't brought up in this conversation where you can take these events. We're talking about taking a clip and just showing one angle from it. We've already seen the RNC and the Biden, the Trump campaign effort play in this space. When the RNC put out its AI ad last fall, didn't tell anybody, they had completely made it up out of whole cloth. And then, of course, the robocalls, using the voice of the president to tell voters not to vote during the New Hampshire primary. So you've already seen these practices put in place. The problem is, it's not just one of, oh, guess what? Fact checkers can't catch up or keep up. The problem is you have mainstream media outlets that are, like as you mentioned before, the Wall Street Journal, in their own ways perpetuating this. So
Right.
It gives an air of legitimacy to some of this. And before you have a chance to come back and say, wait a minute, Wall Street Journal, what the hell are you doing? You know that's not what this
Right.
is. Why don't you come clean about it? It's already been placed up on X, right? A platform that Elon Musk said, hey, lie as much as you want. We don't care. And it
Right.
goes out there. And then what do? So you're right. I think in the main, people kind of know some of this, but it's going to get worse, not better, between now and November. And that's going to be the difficult part, particularly for American media that wants to try to play the balls and strikes, but wind up actually, tipping their.
See, talk about wanting to play balls and strikes. Biden's on like his 97th strike this month, and you guys are still out there defending him. Like the pitch never happened. Like he never swung at the ball.
Tipping their hand a little bit from time to time.
I mean, look, in major areas where people get their news, this lie or this concept about Joe Biden is being validated. And you brought up the Howie Kurtz segment that I showed you, and he played with the paratroopers. That's a show that has a great deal of influence. A lot of people watch it, they get their information, and they make decisions based on it. They come to conclusions based on it.
Mm-hmm.
They do 10 minutes on that. I mean, that's, I know.
What are you guys doing right now? Besides just, or back on this day, just pushing the major leftist narrative. It's what you guys always do. And fuck Fox News, because they become as bad as every other news outlet.
You might think it's funny. I don't think it's funny. I think that you don't think it matters? I think it matters.
That's what they do.
They have a lot of power,
I mean, that's what they do.
And a lot of influence, and they don't use responsible judgment or facts or news. Their goals there are different. The goals there are not to share news with people.
Should we get a...
Yes, Mika just flat out admitted what her goals are. Not to share truth, to share her narrative. You gotta understand how to look at some of these people. They will accuse everybody else of doing something when these people, Joe and Mika, are the ones actually doing it.
Breaking news headline down below.
No, I hear you, but
I mean, they've been doing
I think
this
is now reaching a fever pitch.
And I guess this is what gets me about Democrats and people who are center left. Like, they're shocked that gambling is going on in the institution instead of figuring out how to shut it down. Hey, I'm not shocked. This is what they do. This is what they've always done. I mean, I
don't remember the Wall Street Journal.
Am I shocked? I was going to say, am I shocked at the story and a couple of stories that have gotten into the Wall Street Journal, like the day after Andrew Ross Sorkin reports that Donald Trump was just out of his mind and people were laughing at him, and a group of CEOs the next morning, you've got the Wall Street Journal going, CEOs love Donald Trump coming out of the meeting. No, it's just not true. So I'm so shocked I'm shocked by so few things in the political realm anymore, or the media realm, that I hate to say it, but I would say, yes, I am shocked that that's happening to the Wall Street Journal. Because what I've always done when I have friends that read the Epoch Times, or I have friends that read other websites that are run by, Chinese religious cults or other, are funded by Qatar. What I always do is go, well, listen, you want the news, go to the Wall Street Journal. It's a Murdoch paper, and they've got some of the best reporters anywhere in America and the world. And that's sort of, Sam Stein, that's sort of changing here in this landscape. I've got to also say, when it comes to the New York Post, it's very rich that right-wing Trumpers have been beating their chest in self-righteous indignation for about 3.5 years now, going, how could you have ever doubted the New York Post and the Hunter Biden laptop story? How could that have even gone through your mind? That maybe something being planted in the New York Post may have been misinformation when they're.
So we're back to this Hunter Biden laptop being Russian disinformation horseshit. And understand, I know anything can be faked these days. I know it. However, knowing Hunter Biden, knowing his family, watching his dad for many, many years now, and then kind of the providence that came up with the laptop, yeah, that shit's 100% on point. And these people are still going back to the Russian disinformation horseshit. If these people had a track record of actually flat out telling the truth, that's a game changer. But these people have a flat out record of lying their ass off every day. So when they start hammering the drum, trying to say something's another way, it's probably the very opposite of what they're saying. Agorizer, what's up, my brother? How you doing?
Showing us exactly why reasonable people would believe anything dumped at the end of a campaign that favors Donald Trump is just out and out misinformation. Look at the parachuting story and everything else the New York Post is doing right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. If you're going to run deceptive videos, the risk you run as an institution is that people won't believe you when you get legitimate stuff, right? That's the flip side. I will say there's something that Jonathan said earlier in this program that I think it's worth stressing for the viewers. And I think it was underscored by the quote you read from Eric Schultz, which is this is a two-tiered system. One is that these videos get put out at a remarkable speed. And the second is that people who are interested in sort of the factual underpinnings of the videos, or lack thereof, I should say, frantically try to keep up. And Jonathan knows this very well, but our internal Slack channels at Politico regularly do feature these videos being put in there with the question, where is the full clip? Like, what is the context of this clip? Yeah. And journalists across the country are being forced into this posture. Imagine how much time and resources you waste trying to track down the validity of the actual video. Just to make sure whether it's in context or not. Sometimes it is, but often it isn't. And that's just the current state of journalism, right? It's like you have to spend a lot of time sussing out whether these videos are real or not. And I fear that this is going to be just the future because, like Michael Steele said, the technology is just going to get more and more efficient at making these videos look more and more real when they're really not.
Well, that's not you're absolutely right, Sam. I agree with everything you said, except that it's not wasted time for news organizations to check this stuff out, because that's what we have to do. We have to interrogate every purported fact and see if it.
The problem is you're not interrogating facts. You're not trying to report on facts. You're trying to take the evidence of something and turn it around in the opposite direction. And after looking at some other things, I do think that one clip of Joe Scarborough saying, if you don't believe Joe Biden run the country, blah, 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 F you, is pretty much toast. I can't find it. And that's just more proof. These people are so manipulative that if you don't have an absolute grounding in reality, if you can't remember what a Burger King biscuit costed 4 years ago versus what it costed now, or where gas prices are at now, where your power bill was at and where it's at now. If you can't remember that, these people are freaking on point. If you can remember that, and you remember all the shit Joe Biden did when he came in, that was guaranteed to fuck our economy, that was guaranteed to crush our energy policies, which is a huge part of our economy. If you don't remember that, well, then these guys are, they're great. They're just telling the truth to power. If you do remember all that shit, then you realize just how full of shit these people are. They will lie to your face every day with a straight face, without question. No different than watching Congress, like we started out earlier in this show. The Inflation Reduction Act, yes. Fucking Agorizer on point, as always. Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, which has just driven inflation up even higher. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chess, we ain't talking about that. The fact that he admitted it and then wanted all of it because it was his information and all that was personal information. And it's kind of like Ashley Biden's diary. They arrested the people, and I think they put him in jail for releasing her diary. Whole time saying it wasn't true, that wasn't her stuff, but then they put him in jail because it was her stuff. And yeah, it's amazing. You guys already know, because you guys are like me in a lot of ways. Probably not my bad habit. So, but once you wake up and you open your eyes to what these people are doing, you can't close your eyes again. You're there. You're there for the entire game. We can try to ignore a lot of stuff. I can try and ignore a lot of stuff. But our eyes are open. You can put on sunglasses and the sun ain't all that bright. Shit like that. But it's still there. And that's the way I am with this horse shit. That's the way a lot of you guys are for this horse shit. Because if not, why the hell would you hang around for this amount of pain? Bunch of sadists. Or is it masochists? Masochists. Sadist is the one doing it. Masochists are the one liking it, right? Something like that.
If it's real or not. What has really struck me about the parachute video, I'm not any sort of believer in conspiracies, but I do believe in coordination. And boy, this parachute thing was so coordinated. I wondered what that was about. And Kareem Jean-Pierre said it smacked of desperation. I've got to admit that occurred to me because there was a certain desperate feel to it. I mean, you just look at the clip from a different angle and it just obliterates the story they're trying to tell. It's just so easily disproved.
And Gene,
So,
that's the thing.
why?
It's so, Gene.
Dude, I hate to break it to them, but no matter which angle you look at this from, it's another situation of Joe Biden looking like an absolute fucking jello-headed moron. Especially when he is supposed to be on script with the rest of the world leaders, and then Joe saw something fucking shiny. Who's something shiny?
That's the thing, right? They put this up knowing they're going to be called out as liars, knowing that there are other angles that are going to prove that they are lying to their audience, that it will be clear. People will wake up and go, oh my God, they were lying to us. And yet they didn't care. Maybe they thought our readers are stupid. Maybe they thought our readers live in a fact-free.
He is literally telling you how him and his producers and all the people on the show feel about your average American that sees their show.
Echo chamber. I don't know what they thought, but whatever it was, they were undervaluing and underestimating their readers.
When we listen, we are unconfined, free to travel the worlds inside our minds. There's more to imagine when we listen. Audible.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else real quick. But you know what? I think I'm going to kill this. Turn this back on. And then I'm just going to drink another beer with you guys. And then I'm going to go crash and get out of here. If you pay attention when someone's lying to you, they're going to tell on themselves in a multitude of ways, especially depending on how complex the lie gets. No, not yet. I've been hitting the head with a lot of other stuff though. When you watch these people in serious mainstream media, especially when you compare what's actually going on to what they're saying, they're going to tell on themselves every time. You just got to listen to it. So when they talk about, oh, people are lying about this, people are lying about that, no, they're not showing you the whole truth. When we've been watching Biden just go complete dementia patient so many times, it's not even funny, to the point where his staffers have to walk him from the West Wing, whatever it is, to Marine One so that he can go to Air Force One. They flank him so you can't see how he's walking, and they're guiding them the entire way. Six chat him. Thank you, brother. But when you watch these guys, and especially if you're as deep down some rabbit holes as I go, again, they tell on themselves every time. They will throw all the shade in the world at everybody else for what they're actually doing. And it never fails. It's the way they operate. The people who watch stuff like this out of context, and by out of context, I mean they're not paying attention to actual events that are happening. They're not paying attention to what's happening in their lives personally. They turn this stuff on and, oh yeah, they think this is truth straight from God's mouth, basically. Or if they're an atheist, straight from, I don't know, something's mouth. And then again, they just run around and puke this shit up on everybody else. It's like when we listened to it earlier, when we were listening to the appropriations committee meetings or hearings, the markups, with the absolute lies they're telling about whether it's the CDC and gun or data on gun violence, or no, the ATF doesn't have a registry, but they have 1 billion records or over 1 billion records at this point. If you actually know what's going on, it'd be like walking out of your house tomorrow, and it's an absolutely sunny day, beautiful, temperature's great, and somebody walks up to you holding an umbrella with a fucking rain jacket on and rain boots, and they go, damn, it's raining like hell outside. And you look around and you go, huh, sun's out, not a cloud in the sky, temperature's perfect. Why are you wearing a rain jacket, galoshes, and holding an umbrella? Because it's raining outside. That's what these people fucking do all the time. And where the hell I come up with this off the top of my head, I have no idea. Welcome to my world. And Taco is right there. Blame the enemies. It's that, oh, shit. You guys, we're going to watch. If I can find it real quick, we're going to watch one more thing. Dark showed it on his channel. Oh, I've seen this clip before. Dark showed it. Give me a sec. I'm going to try to find it real fast. If I can't find it real fast, I'm going to say screw it, and I'll try to find it later and play it. And any other day I could find this thing quick. Nope. Fuck me running. Here we go, baby. And we'll watch this, and then I do have to bounce after this. I got to get some sleep. I got to be up in the morning. But one of the reasons I want to show you is it's kind of like doing the streams with the lecture from Yuri Bezmenov. He was warning about a lot of the things that are going on right now. He was warning about that in the early 80s, about how the left will change language, the meaning of words. Democracy was starting to get talked about in the 20s, maybe. I can't remember when the first time I heard it seriously get talked about. And people confuse, or the language changed to where people conflate democracy with freedom. And those two things can't exist together. Again, said it earlier tonight. That's why we have a republic. It's supposed to be a federalist republic where the states had more power than the federal government. And the federal government was just supposed to be there to basically provide for a common defense and solve the disputes in between states. That's the only job the federal government had. That's the only mandate they had. That's the only thing, the only constitutional power they had. And then it gets perverted and perverted and perverted and perverted and perverted to now most people think the federal government has a say-so on everything in the states. Arguing with some fucking moron on X the other day. Again, talking about gun control. We need to ban this, need to ban that, ban. The federal government doesn't have the power to ban anything. Or the arms owned in the states. The federal government doesn't have that power. Yeah, they do. Why was the 1934 NFA, which was really the first big step the government took towards regulating firearms, why was that under tax law and not just criminal law? Because it was another show we've done where we went through the transcript of the 34 NFA. They admitted during the 1934 NFA hearings in the House, I don't have the Senate, I had the House. They admitted that a complete ban on machine guns would have been unconstitutional. They had to keep machine guns, so-called, available to the people so that they could tax them and work off of the tax. They admitted it would have been unconstitutional to ban them. And they used the Interstate Commerce Clause, which is probably my most hated fucking clause that has been absolutely perverted in the Constitution. Back to changing the meanings of things. So let me throw this up. We're going to watch this. Let me turn myself off again. I do it every time I look in the mirror, too. You dirty-minded bastards. So this was, hold on, 1966, actually. So this was 11 years before I was born.
A constitutional republic, not a democracy. The ideal of a democracy is universal equality. The ideal of a constitutional republic is individual liberty. A democracy always degenerates into dictatorship, which promises government-guaranteed equality and security, but it delivers nothing but poverty and serfdom for the people it robs and rules. America was founded as a constitutional republic to safeguard the liberties of the people against the tyranny of democracy or of one-man dictatorship. In this century, great strides have been made toward the goal of subverting our republic into a democracy. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language. By calling them...
And yes, Agorizer, you're 100% correct, as always. It only applied to delegated powers to the federal government. It did not mean that the federal government had every power over the states. Funny enough, when we started the stream tonight, we heard Democrats argue about states' rights when it came to legalizing weed, which, sorry, kids, there shouldn't even be a federal ban on weed because bans on drugs like that are absolutely unconstitutional in the first fucking place. So there you go. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives the federal government the power to ban anything. Yeah, and to keep states from interfering with each other's commerce. Yeah. The Commerce Clause didn't get expanded until about the 1920s. And early on in my channel, I did a show on that. Hell, it was very early on my channel. It was a case about a guy who was, and we'll jump down this rabbit hole and get back in this one. So he grew more than his allotted portion of grain, sold whatever he was going to sell, made bread out of the rest, and then fed his animals. And the government came in and said, you broke the Interstate Commerce Clause. You can't do that. And get this, they said that the way he broke the Interstate Commerce Clause is he didn't purchase that grain from another state. So therefore, him just growing it on his own and not even working with another state to get his grain broke the Interstate Commerce Clause. Wicker, yeah. I believe so. I'd have to go look it up. But yeah, I believe so. And it was, like I said, it's a very early on video on my channel.
America a democracy until people thoughtlessly accept and use the term, the totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of our principles of government. That is a summary of my report on a constitutional republic, not a democracy. The full report after a message from my sponsor.
Let me get into there we go.
A democracy is a political system in which the people periodically, by majority vote at the polls, select their rulers. The rulers then have absolute power to make whatever laws they please by majority vote among themselves.
This is killing me.
In a constitutional
let me get, where are all my fucking bars and shit at? Hold on, we're gonna fix something because it's killing me with the top
of the change of the Constitution. The term, the totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of our principles of government. That is a summary of my report on a constitutional republic, not a democracy. The full report after a message from my sponsor.
If you want professionally produced, it ain't here.
A democracy is a political system in which the people periodically, by majority vote at the polls, select their rulers. The rulers then have absolute power to make whatever laws they please by majority vote among themselves. In a constitutional republic, the people also, by majority vote at the polls, select rulers, who make laws by majority vote among themselves. But the rulers cannot make any laws they please because the Constitution severely restricts their lawmaking power.
Now, think about that. I'm gonna try to let a lot of this play, but think about that. So, if our Constitution actually had teeth, to where someone couldn't break our Constitution, it wouldn't matter who you had on a court. It wouldn't matter who you elected. It wouldn't matter who was president. They would still be restrained by that Constitution. It's pretty much what he's saying there. However, not being restrained by the Constitution, because they don't give a rat's ass about the Constitution, now we have become that democracy to where if I can get 53 people to agree with me, then the other freaking people's stuff I can just take. 47 people's stuff I can just take. That's literally where we're at right now. Sports TNT duct tape fun, yeah.
The ideal of a democracy is universal equality. The ideal of a constitutional republic is individual liberty. In this century, great strides have been made toward the goal of subverting our republic and transforming it into a democracy. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language.
Again, this was 1966, kids. 66. Fluffy, what's up, my brother?
By calling America a democracy until people thoughtlessly accept and use the term, totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of American principles of government. Note the following passages from a recent article distributed by the New York Times News Service. Quote, in the United States and in other leading democracies, recent years have seen perceptible growth in executive authority. As society becomes more equalitarian, it tends increasingly to concentrate absolute power in the hands of one single man. This is a voluntary...
Yes, even back then, the news was talking about democracies.
surrender of a free people escaping from freedom to one autocratic master, end quote. And note the following from Gunnar Myrdal's An American Dilemma, quote, in America, liberty often provided an opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Ag. If the Constitution had teeth, it wouldn't matter who the person was that got elected. Not for president, anything like that. Now, local office might matter because they're right there with you and you can confront those people in real time. But the president, no, it wouldn't matter. They're all going to have to play underneath the same playbook. So this person, that person, Fred, George, Bob, Dick, whatever, and we tend to catch more Dick than anything, it wouldn't matter. But our Constitution has no serious teeth built into it. That is the biggest flaw in our Constitution.
For the stronger to rob the weaker. Against this, the equalitarianism in the American creed has been persistently revolting. And in the conflict between equality and liberty, equality is slowly winning. In America, conservatism has to a great extent been perverted into a cult of the Constitution. This is unfortunate since the Constitution is in many respects impractical and ill-suited for modern conditions. The worship of the Constitution is also a most flagrant violation of the American creed. The Constitutional Convention was nearly a plot against the common people, end quote. Now, Gunnar Myrdal, a Swedish socialist, was hired by the Carnegie Corporation of New York in 1937 to direct a study of the Negro in the United States. He engaged a large staff, some of them communists and pro-communists. An American Dilemma resulted, first copyrighted in the United States in 1944. In 1954, the Supreme Court handed down a school segregation decision, which deliberately violated the Constitution, reversed a previous Supreme Court decision, and lit a fuse touching off explosive violence, which has been shattering our society ever since. The court cited An American Dilemma as one of the modern authorities on which it relied in preference to the Constitution for justification of its decision. An American Dilemma, written by a Swedish socialist, provided a basic rationale for the conversion of our free republic into an equalitarian democracy. Myrdal contends that the American Declaration of Independence, 1776, proclaimed the ideal of an equalitarian democracy because it contains the phrase, all men are created equal. 11 years later, the Constitution created not a democracy founded on the ideal of equality, but a republic founded on the ideal of liberty. This is why Myrdal says the Constitutional Convention was nearly a plot against the common people. But he and those who parrot his ideas are either ignorant or dishonest. The Constitution was ordained specifically to safeguard the principles of liberty proclaimed by the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration's phrase, all men are created equal, means that men are equal before the law and before the Creator, regardless of their inequality in human society. The Declaration says that men are endowed with unalienable rights, and that the purpose of government is to secure these rights. The unalienable rights of man enumerated in the Declaration of Independence do not include equality, but they do include liberty, along with life and pursuit of happiness.
Remember, it doesn't say you have the right to happiness. It says you have the right to pursue happiness. As long as your happiness does not deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then you have the right to pursue your happiness. If your happiness wrongfully deprives someone else of life, liberty, or property, that's not a right. You're breaking a law. Then there's repercussions.
Equality of all men in the eyes of God and before the law is a condition essential to freedom, but no other kind of equality is possible. Government efforts to achieve material equality will produce crushing tyranny, but will not make people equal. The writers of the Constitution were anxious to safeguard liberty against dictatorship, monarchy they called it, but their chief anxiety was to protect the country against democracy. Edmund Randolph, delegate to the Constitutional Convention from Virginia, said the general object of the convention was to provide a cure for the follies and fury of democracy. Elbridge Gerry and Roger Sherman, delegates from Massachusetts and Connecticut, urged the Constitutional Convention to create a system to eliminate the evils that flow from the excess of democracy. Alexander Hamilton, delegate from New York, said, "We are now forming a Republican government. Real liberty is not found in democracy. If we incline too much to democracy, we shall soon shoot into a monarchy." John Adams, one of the giants of the American Revolutionary period, said, "Democracy will envy all, contend with all, endeavor to pull down all. And when by chance it happens to get the upper hand for a short time, democracy will be revengeful, bloody, and cruel." Speaking of pure democracy, in which the people by majority vote act as their own lawmakers, instead of electing representatives to make laws, James Madison said, "Such democracies have ever been incompatible with personal security or the rights of property. A republic promises the cure for which we are seeking."
And see, this is why even now you listen to these Democrats and they're talking about our democracy, our democracy. Donald Trump's a threat to our democracy. Conservatives, a threat to our democracy. They're not lying to you. The left wants mob rule. Constitutional rights be damned. Constitutional restrictions on government be damned. The left wants mob rule. Because they know. And the founders warned against it in a couple of situations, basically where they talked about as soon as people realize that they can get themselves free stuff from the government, they're going to vote for the free stuff. They knew there were going to be more uneducated people in the United States than there were people who were actually informed. Let me change that a little bit. They knew there were going to be more uninformed people in the United States than people that are actually informed. It was one of the original reasons and people bitch about it, well, only people that got to vote were landowners and white. They were the ones that had the biggest stake in what the government was doing. Now it's everybody vote. Oh, everybody, equal chance to vote. Now it's, we got to make things easier. Why? So the people who don't give a shit about anything but their free shit get to vote just like I do? That's where we've come. And now, yes, you bet your ass, the people who walked through the door last week will be voting in the elections.
Madison, known as the father of the Constitution, knew and said that enlightened men will not always be at the helm of government to serve as proper guardians of the public weal. He knew that unlimited political power cannot safely be entrusted to the nation's elected representatives to use as a majority of them see fit, because, he said, a majority of a group of men is far more likely to be tyrannical than one man is. In a democracy, if a majority should develop hatred for all blue-eyed babies and order them eliminated, the babies could be legally executed, because whatever a majority wants at any given moment is supreme law of the land in a democracy. How can liberty be safeguarded against the mindless, soulless tyranny of majority rule when government is founded on the principle of majority rule? Jefferson answered that one. In questions of power, let no more be heard of confidence in man, but bind him down from mischief with the chains of the Constitution. In short, America was founded not as a democracy, but as a constitutional republic. We pledge allegiance to the republic for which our flag stands, not as a democracy. The Constitution requires a republican form of government for all states, but does not mention democracy, and neither does the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights. The Constitution is a binding contract, enumerating limited powers which the federal government can legally exercise, prohibiting it from exercising any powers not granted in the contract. It denies federal officials the power to do whatever they claim to be necessary for the general welfare. Federal action not clearly authorized by the Constitution is illegal, even if approved by an overwhelming majority of the.
Yes, even if you get more morons to vote with you, if you are doing something that is not enumerated explicitly in the Constitution to the government, you guys are breaking the fucking law. Period. NFA, anybody?
The people, because all the elastic powers of government are left with the states. Ultimate power to change the organic structure of government was left with the people. But the means of making changes, amending the Constitution, were carefully prescribed to militate against hasty, unwise decisions by the people. As Benjamin Franklin left the State House in Philadelphia on the closing day of the Constitutional Convention, a woman asked him what kind of government the convention had given America. And Franklin replied, a republic, if you can keep it. Very old and very wise, Franklin saw through the mists of time to the day when Americans might trade their freedom in a constitutional republic for the promise of government guaranteed equality and security in a democracy.
Does that line right there kind of hit home with anybody right now? I mean, kind of a little right there, like right to the fucking face. The only thing he's missing is talking about equity.
And beyond that, to the day when democracy inevitably degenerates into dictatorship, guaranteeing nothing but poverty and serfdom for the people it robs and rules. The American constitutional system, unique in history, enabled Americans to develop a backward continent into the most magnificent nation of all time. The system was designed to prevent both tyranny by government and reckless rebellion by the people. We must restore it and keep it. And what can you do toward that end? Your job, you who care and understand, is to help educate others. I suggest that you might find a subscription to my report helpful, the Dan Smoot Report, on which these broadcasts are based.
I suggest you start your own YouTube channel and start doing your own streams and actually explain things to people in real time. Well, that's where I read it anyway. At least that's where I'm at. But you guys tell me, for something that came out in '66, if it was that bad then, now you can't see a politician open their mouth, Republican or Democrat, in a lot of cases, without mentioning democracy and our democracies at stake. How much worse do you think things are now versus where this dude was at when he was ringing the bell 57 years ago? Yeah, either you're with us or against us, yes. Well, Taco, that's one of my rants against the education system. They're how we got here. About 80 years ago, the left really started to take the education system over. Communists, socialists, people who absolutely hated constitutional restrictions on government. And it was a seed at the time. And then that seed grew and it produced trees, which produced fruit, which to produce more freedom. Now we're here. Oh, me too, Taco. 100%, brother. Me too. It grates on my nerves. It's worse than nails on a chalkboard when I hear someone talk about democracy. You know when Rome failed? When they went from being a republic basically to a democracy. When the politicians figured out if they kept more people happy and more people on their side, that they got to do whatever they wanted to do, it's when Rome fails. Just the way it works. The best thing about a republic is it balanced powers. So if you got 1,000 people to think 97 people were wrong, those were still balanced. The 99% didn't get to take the 1% shit. Now we're in a position to where the 54% can take the 46% shit. And I do blame a fuckload of this on the education system. And one of the reasons I do that is because a lot of these things I wasn't taught. I actually had to, maybe I'm one of those retards, I ask questions. And when I have a question, I tend to try to go find information. And I don't find information just from one source. I tend to look at a few different sources. And then I'll go look at the source's footnotes because I'm a fucking moron. And then I figure out where things are at, from there. It's like watching a lot of or looking at a lot of the left stuff on gun violence. Look at their research and then go down to the footnotes and then start looking through the footnotes. And then you find out what's actually in the paper as far as actual data. And then you might have to jump through another set of footnotes. And then you find out they're absolutely full of shit. But most people, unfortunately, in the United States right now, aren't going to do that kind of deep dive into things. They're going to listen to Joe Scarborough and Mika and them talk about how everything's great, president's fine. And then when they come on a day or so later and the president crashed and they're like, well, Joe Biden's done such a good job. His record's so good and there's all these jobs. There's two ways a president can basically create jobs. One is he can create another federal agency and get more federal employees hired. Joe Biden's done that. Office of Gun Violence and a couple other offices. Or they can cut regulation, they can cut out executive orders, and actually allow industry to ramp the jobs up. What Joe Biden has done is still kept his foot on the neck of industry and then basically took full-time jobs and split them into part-time jobs and calls that job creation. Excuse me. Obama did the same thing. Obamacare took people like me that were working 40 hours plus a week that could afford all of their bills, could afford medical care on my own, even though I was basically subcontracted at the time, and took me to where I was working two jobs to barely make the money I was making on that one job. But I accounted for two jobs at the time. Go me. It's the reason they don't report on the long-term unemployed. People who have they've been out of work and they just fucking quit looking for jobs. See, their only employment numbers basically come from unemployment offices, people applying for jobs. They don't really get into counting people that are on or having to be on government assistance because they can't afford things or anything like that. No. Let's not talk about that. So again, it's another thing that's just completely mind-numbing to me that people buy the line coming out of these numbnuts' mouths about, oh, we've created all these jobs and the economy's rolling, best economy in ever. Dude said the dollar was stronger now than it was 50 years ago, which is absolutely fucking idiotic. And anybody with half a goddamn brain that knows anything about economics should have had a fucking stroke at that point, or their eyes should have been like seriously twitching. But no, he gets to say that shit. And almost no one calls him out. He definitely won't debate anybody on that subject who actually has the balls to debate him. It's complete clown world, guys. It really is. It's absolute clown world. But it's where we're at. If you strain this long, you see the urologist. I get up and go pee when I need to. Camera's been off quite a bit. But yeah, it's Gabriel. What's up, my brother? I don't think I said hi to you when you came in. Oh man, it's so freaking wild to watch things these days and actually see what's going on, and then see the coverage of it from media outlets, even in Fox News and some others. I haven't watched Fox in 5 years or more, since before Trump got elected. And a whole lot of people that are so-called on the right and conservatives I haven't listened to in forever because they're all full of fucking shit. Why can't they just be honest? If the Constitution mattered, it wouldn't matter who was in office. They'd be under the same restraints. We'd be in the same position. But instead, you have to vote for this person. You have to vote for that person. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to give you this. They're going to give you that. How about we just stick to the restraints on government, and then we could all live our fucking lives. That's not the way this works. That's the reason that we have a fucking dementia patient running the goddamn United States right now, who gets to make the decision on where things go. Don't get it fucked up. He does actually point in the direction where things need to go. And then you have Trump, who really was a Democrat. And he's our best choice. I could probably go pick a podunk Alabama farmer within a 50-mile radius from me, and he would be a way better goddamn choice. But he doesn't have the backing that these people have. I'm fixing to get out of here. It's almost 1, so yeah, I really do. I need to get out of here. You guys know how I am. I get hung up on a damn rant, and then we go down like 97 rabbit holes. And then we generally come out the other end of it. We may still be stuck though. But anyway, I've got some days where I'm going to be able to do a little bit more streaming. So I haven't streamed in a couple of days. So this is kind of like the vent. You guys know how it rolls. So I will say this. Yeah, let me get out of here, guys. If you guys get out of here, get you some rest if you got to go rest. Rock and roll, whatever you're doing. As always, hey, I got my goon beam hanging on it. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. Realize your government hates you and wants you dead. Let's see how we do during the apocalypse, because it's fucking coming. So I love you guys. You guys all be cool. Let me get out of here. I actually do have to get some damn sleep. But all right, man. You guys be cool. Later, Gabe. Fluffy, Chess. Everybody's still in the chat, man. You guys are all cool as fuck, and I love all you guys to death.